allocated for our failing water infrastructure, as well as storm drains, trenches, swells, and retention ponds all need to be dug and maintained deeper, wider, and now. Residents, if you know water backs up into your yard, dig and redirect it. Help your neighbors. Stop waiting, stop blaming, start fixing. Our city needs action. We need proactive, preventative measures rather than appeasing developers while our infrastructure crumbles. It's time to stop the blame game and get to work. If you see it, fix it. Our city and residents deserve better.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person for public comment, anyone? Yes, sir, CD.
CD Roselle K section. I have a thing on InfraGard. I think I talked to you about that before.
Please pull the mic closer so people at home can't hear you.
That better?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a thing on InfraGard, which I'm a member, which is protection of the infrastructure, critical infrastructures. And Palm Coast is 100,000 people now, or more than. And they should be a member of that because that gives you a lot of information on the protection of infrastructure, including water, sewage, all the infrastructures the city has. And it is a private-public partnership with the FBI on that. I can give you the information. Can I approach? I'll give it.
You just give it to the clerk, the CD. She'll get us all a copy. Thank you, sir.
There are other cities, even Florida Power, the railroad, they're all members of that. And it has a meeting up in Jacksonville that you can also phone into, but you need to have a person that's in that so they can get that information to the various infrastructures, that new things that they found, threats they discovered, that kind of thing, and it gives them information on that. I also did a bunch of work on these cell phone towers and making those so they are, they call it stealth. it just kind of disguises them. You can put them into like clock towers, that kind of thing. And I gave the information to Doug, and I'm going to work with him. But they make it so that people that have to live next to it don't feel like they have this big, ugly radiator panels and all that looking at them. It makes it so you, which we want to go into as a smart city, can put that as our backbone, and that will be something you can see as a smart city, that we are a smart city and we're doing things not only for the technology but for the people themselves. And I gave him some information on that, and I'll work with him on that as well. And that's it for it. I didn't want to grumble today. I just wanted to come up and do some positive stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Mr. Stone.
How are we doing tonight?
Yes, sir.
Seminary Woods area and the traffic lighting system that Councilman Ray Stevens did a lot of looking into. Almost every street in Palm Coast, you can wait 20 minutes for the lights to change. A lot of people are trying to trigger the lights to get over. So is there anything going to be done with this? I mean, you guys spent a fortune to hire Greenwald, and Tyler Gibson's not doing anything. So who's taking care of it? There was just a woman last week that was killed in a car accident right by Palm Coast Parkway. One thing also, city manager, when you did the study on safety of the roads, it wasn't 100,000 the city put money into. It was 200,000 because you did free studies. You know, for a city that's broke, you guys waste a lot of money. We don't come up with solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast, Florida.
You can pull it down, Carol. You can pull it down.
Okay.
There you go, dear.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast, Florida. Mr. Duarte is totally correct in what needs to be done with this city. Our stormwater is slowly getting taken care of. However, years ago, the last city manager was fired because she didn't do what Mayor Alphen wanted, and that was to play politics. She wanted the water treatment plants and the sewage system plants taken care of. But no, that was not going to get him politically elected. Off of that subject, when are we going to address those situations and get the treatment plants and water systems taken care of? Also, I notice, I don't know if it's since the sheriff's officer came in, but I see in the Observer that Palm Coast cuts 3 positions, and all of this amounts to $800,000. Thank you, whoever decided that we don't need these positions. Raises were given out to Alphen's people as far as finance director, development personnel, many positions that were given raises up to 156%. I feel that a lot of these jobs, they're overpaid, and what do they actually do to promote our city and the handling of their departments? Do they pass any criteria for the work that was done for $177,000 or $156,000? Director of Human Technology, all these raises were given, like, way out of the salaries of many towns around here. We have to have a moratorium on hiring and giving these salaries. We do not give salaries out like they're jelly beans. Here, a little bit for you and a little bit for you. And all that raises our taxes. Someone has to check in to the need of the positions of the higher-ups in the Brown building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Wendy Tremarchi, Flagler County, and 12-year current board member of Indian River County Humane Society. To begin, you have an efficient and well-run animal control department, and they should be commended. They do an awesome job. The county animal control, on the other hand, is being run by a non-viable, poorly directed shelter, as witnessed by the cities and county over the past year. The many ongoing issues with animal control and the shelter itself, including not picking up animals, no AC in the kennels, and continually overcrowded with no plan and no money. The shelter itself, the county wants to move forward with animal control under their control, or with possibly Palm City, taking care of that with them, and getting a shelter, because we only have one. If they stop taking our animals, where are they going? The recently needed, so the county commission went to the city asking for how much that would cost for the city to take over. They come back with a question, county goes back for another question. All this takes at least 1 to 3 months to come to you and get back to them in a timely fashion, and then if it's the day after their meeting or the day after your meeting, it has to wait at least another month. That's ridiculous. I understand the sunshine laws, but there must be a way for your animal control and someone in the budget department to be able to sit with someone from the county, not the council, but someone in their budgeting department to come up with these answers without waiting for each answer to take a couple of months' time. I asked if maybe, if there's an answer coming from you, that there could be a talk with a joint meeting. Well, it seems that that next meeting with you all is not till the end of August, and it's full. So does that mean this waits another several months? This is a very time-sensitive area. The county attorney said that they can stop the contract with the shelter with 120 days' notice. But why? This city went to the county and said it's like thousands and thousands of dollars to train an animal control officer. It costs $1,000 each at the college in Daytona. Yes, there needs to be them to have time with one of your animal control officers to see exactly how it's done out in the field. But it can be done much, much cheaper. This doesn't just help the county. Those animals don't know a county boundary. They come here, they go there, and they go back and forth. You all know the issues. There must be some way around the sunshine laws to let everybody just sit down for an hour and figure this out. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Cameron Orr, ARF, Animal Refuge Flagler. My wife and I are gone for a couple weeks on vacation, so we missed some important meetings, but we were able to dial in and listen to some while we were out. And one encouraging note is back on June the 23rd, the county had made an attempt to estimate the cost of a new shelter. It needs a lot of tweaking. They had asked for detailed plans from what Putnam is doing, detailed budgets. I was able to go off and acquire those plans from their director of county development up there. We provided that. The county still came up with numbers that were about twice what Putnam is able to build for today, and they're going to come in there under their budget at $1.8 million. So we've got some continued work to do in dialoguing with the county administrator yesterday and one of the commissioners today. I know one of the frustrations is just like Ms. Tamarchi just mentioned, is the process of getting together. They want to work with the city and find out, are we going to work together on this? Are you in or out? But we find out that we can't even get together till the end of August. We've been at this for 18 months. The problems continue. They're not going to go away. We want to see some decisions made of who's in, who's out, who's going to take responsibility for this. And we'd sure like to see the city and the county cooperate, perhaps better at the staff level to get some of these things bubbled up so we can actually make decisions at these meetings rather than kick it down the can to the next meeting. So again, we get encouraged and then we get discouraged, but we think we'll find a solution for this as we go forward, and we hope Home Coast is a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, all. Kathy Saris. I want to thank you all because I know you are helping us to get another shelter. I heard on the radio today, Governor DeSantis said we have priorities, and that with priorities, it's better to spend money to save money. So between the city and county this year, I think it's estimated that you're giving over $400,000 to the Flagler Humane Society for animal control and housing the animals. We know that they're over capacity, and it's supply and demand. So if you're over capacity, there's only one thing to do with the animals, and it's not fair to them, it's not fair to the residents. We know our city's getting bigger, and our residents are getting larger, and guess what? The residents are coming with their pets. If for some reason they need to surrender their pet, it's a 2-week waiting period at the shelter. Who can wait 2 weeks? And so guess what happens? Hardgrove has become a dumping area. Over near Ormond, near the airport over there is another dumping area. People are just dumping their dogs. This is like their children. They don't want to, but they're desperate. So we need to help the residents, and one way is by having another shelter. And we're willing to do fundraising. I'm talking to contractors and to other people who want to help volunteer. And we want to help you do this. And, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So remember your priorities. your priorities, you're all working for the residents, and the residents need your help with their animals. I don't know anybody that doesn't have an animal in their home. And if I do know them, they won't be without a pet very long. So I'm just asking you to please, this is a priority. Please put it on your priority list. We've been doing this for a while now, over a year already, and everybody needs your help. We need your help. We want to work with you, work with the county and city together, put animal control together. And it can all work out, and you can save. It's $400,000 this year. What's it going to be next year? $500,000? You know, you can work with volunteers. I know many volunteers that are willing to work there, and you don't have to give us a paycheck either. And I'm going asking contractors for donations, whether it's services or materials. I want to do fundraisers. I'm here, but I need to say we have this land and this is where it's going to be. The city has the land more so than the county. So please give us land and we'll take it from there.
Jim Blecken, C-Section. A couple months ago, I came in here and spoke to you guys regarding the building and the allocation of 17,000 new homes coming online and what it was going to do to the market and saturate it. At that time, there were 1,200 homes for sale in Palm Coast. The update is we are now up to 2,400 homes in Palm Coast for sale, and we have over a 2-year supply at the rate that homes are selling. If we continue to flood the market with new homes, as is proposed, it's going to spiral the market down even further. People can't afford to be competing with the new $200,000 homes and think they're going to be able to sell their market when they're upside down. The homes are going to continue to sit until we pause releasing the new builds and we get the market stabilized so that the existing older homes start selling. Because if all that's selling is the new stuff, you're going to create a HUD home system for all the old homes, and they're all going to go through foreclosure. And we know what happens. Look historically. When a market crashes, it's going to bring all the values of all the homes down. And we're on the precipice of it now. So please, go back, rethink about putting moratorium on single-family homes, infill lots, maybe you let that go, but any new developments where tract homes are coming in, it's killing our market. I really hope you guys start to think about taking care of the people, the citizens of Palm Coast, the existing citizens of Palm Coast, before you put bringing in new citizens to help out the developers. We also need to think about our stressed out infrastructure and drainage. I know we're going to hear some of that today, so I won't go into that too much. But if we keep putting more houses on and we're having troubles with drainage, stormwater, we're going to lose control. We've got to get control before we expand, and expand reasonably and smart. Not just as a quick fix to get more tax base out of vacant land, because now we can have the tax base of 248 homes. So please think about the existing community before we expand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Johnson. Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm Leslie Johnson, Palm Coast, and I'm going to read this to you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I rise this evening to express a serious concern regarding the concentration of influence and overlapping roles among certain individuals in city leadership. This issue extends well beyond City Hall and into nonprofit boards, civic associations, and private committees that quietly shape policy, allocate public resources, and steer the public narrative in Palm Coast. I would like to bring specific attention to Ms. Lauren Johnston, also known as Alyssa Bennett, Alyssa Brown, Alyssa L. Johnston, Lauren Johnston, whatever name is going on today, who currently serves as our acting city manager. In addition to her official duties, Ms. Johnston is also listed as the 2025 treasurer of the Margarita Society of Flagler County. All of this is documented and made public. Alongside her is Jason DiLorenzo, former chief of staff here, onward to Palm Bay, also made public and is documented very well. If you need any of that, I can supply anything. Yet this affiliation has not been disclosed by the city or state as required by Florida Ethics Form 1. Furthermore, Ms. Johnston holds positions on the boards of Flagler County Education Foundation and the Chamber of Commerce, again, alongside Mr. DiLorenzo. These overlapping associations are deeply concerning, particularly when individuals entrusted with the direction of public affairs are simultaneously engaged in external roles and others who hold financial or political interests in land use, zoning, and municipal funding. While these roles taken independently may not constitute a legal violation, together they form a network of undue influence that compromises the integrity of this board and this city. We see the outcomes, development decisions, and rezoning activity that consistently benefits a recurring group of insiders, including Klein Construction, the Chimento law firm, developer Jeff Douglas, and notably the former publisher of the Palm Coast Observer, John Walsh, who walk with Ms. Johnston in all of these particular organizations. Florida Statute 112.313, Item 7, is unequivocal. No public officer or employee may hold any employment or regulated by doing business with the agency they serve. I'll end here on this. I am requesting that the City of Palm Coast do an ethics investigation on all of these people above and see how it fits into the city, and perhaps file an ethics complaint.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis. We're running out of time, brother. Hurry up.
Good evening, Jeremy Davis, Parati Lane. After hearing from Ms. Johnson tonight, I want to make one thing crystal clear. What we're talking about is not just one conflict of interest. We're looking at a full-blown culture of coordinated control, one that's been allowed to fester under the radar for years, while residents like me were left dealing with the consequences on the ground. Leslie just laid out the names: Lauren Johnston, Jason, and Rebecca DeLorenzo, the Margarita Society, the Chamber, the Education Foundation. You've heard how they overlap public roles, private boards, developer ties, and media influence. What I want to highlight is what happens when this network operates unchecked. You get development that outpaces infrastructure. You get culvert systems collapsing while staff writes glowing recommendations for the next subdivision. You get driveway failures, backyard flooding, and residents being told it's their responsibility, while insiders profit from their very system causing the damage. This isn't accidental. This is what happens when staff and nonprofits blur into one another, when the people writing the reports are also attending the fundraisers, serving on the same boards, and sharing long-term agendas with developers and attorneys behind closed doors. City staff is supposed to be neutral, objective, accountable. Instead, we've got staffers building their careers inside a loop of influence, shaping policy during the day and advancing private networks at night. And somehow, every time, it's the residents who lose. So here's what I'm putting on the record. If this council does not take action, if this culture continues, residents will escalate. That means ethics complaints, that means FDLE investigations, that means state attorney referrals. Because we will not sit quietly while a handful of insiders run this city like their personal franchise. Now you've heard the details, you know the network, now show us who you really work for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Nelson Sestoki, W section. Three quick comments. Infrastructure in W, where the mobile gas station is, for about almost 3/10 of a mile as you go, I think it's south, where it looks like we're going to have a sinkhole on one of those dimples. There's probably about 18 of them. So if someone could get out there, I've submitted this before with no action. That's infrastructure, and that'll come more comments. Eye-opening articles recently in the Observer. I think the first one was about the golf course. And it was really an eye-opener, I think, for me and many of us, that the folks at Loopers really must have negotiated a great contract, because for whatever reason, they're making out very well. And if a simple solution to get the golf course back into the black and out of the red, renegotiate the contract with Loopers, get a bigger cut of whatever sales they have, and guess what? Your golf course is in the black. Last comment, and I say this with all due respect to all city employees. Also, from the Observer just this past week, the former chief of staff, and I'm not sure if this was a base salary or a total compensation package. What I read was $208,000. With a city of this size, does not merit anything close to that. And again, I say that with due respect. And the solutions, or according to the article from the person that wrote that article, one of the things that I know that we need is more public workers out there to fix our infrastructure. Okay, and again, that was an eye-opener. Again, I'm not sure if that was a base salary or total compensation package for the former chief of staff. But it is excessive for a city that doesn't even have 100,000 full-time residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? City manager, you got anything?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. We will put in the public records request for Ms. Duarte regarding the Doge information. City Council, if you have a different direction regarding the city manager search, other than the application window closes on August the 15th, and it's scheduled to come before you at that next workshop. If you have any other direction, I would be happy to take that and follow through. Okay. Just as a reminder to the public that infrastructure plans are discussed as part of the city's capital plan and budget presentation. So we did start that process back in April, where you outlined your strategy and vision for those. So if we're looking at utility, stormwater, roads, all of those priorities and projects are discussed in April, and then you'll see the necessary funding associated with those at your August presentation when we go through the 5-year CIP. Mr. Stone, we will look into the lights being synced up. State Road 100 is still under construction, so whenever it's finalized, then we will make sure that that process is completed. In regards to the animal control, we are actively working with the county. We have email correspondence that goes back and forth on finalizing some details. Staff's been in and out of the office just due to the holiday and some sick time, but we have been actively responding to the county. And that joint meeting is actually scheduled for early August. It's August 6th at 5:30 p.m. But City Council, just as a reminder that the public is right, animal control services, a shelter, that is not a part of your strategic action plan, and it's not included in your CIP as of now. So if you have different direction that you want to identify, we'd be happy to follow that direction. In regards to my personal commitments, the Margarita Society raises money and gives gifts to kids that do not have Christmases. So we have a fundraiser, and we provide needy families with gifts and opportunities. So I'm sorry if that's a conflict that I'm trying to give back to the community that I serve. And I have no voting rights on the Chamber of Commerce. And again, as far as the Flagler Education Foundation, my son goes to Old Kings, and I'm a mom, so I want to participate.
Anything else? Any other council members? You got anything, Councilman Miller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just wanted to reiterate about the meeting for joint city-county and animal services that, and, you know, thanks for the ask in terms of direction. I think probably out of that meeting, we'd be in a better spot to give direction there. But I do want to find, and I think it was a miss on my part to not try to include that in the strategic action plan. But I think we need to look at a long-term funding plan for this because, as was mentioned, it's not if, it's when. And if we don't have a plan for it, you know, it's going to be worse for us. So we need to plan for it and get that done with the county, I think, as partners. InfraGard, CD, we just went through a infrastructure risk assessment. It's not made public because obviously it's kind of the weak points in our system, so we don't want to publicize it, but what it does is allows us to identify those points and try to make those stronger. So I'm sure that Mr. Tyner, maybe we can get that information and look into it. And then I think you touched on everything else. Doge, I know we're still waiting. Have we heard anything back, City Manager, on that?
No, sir. I let the council know while you were gone. We had an update as of June 16th that they will release best practices soon, but that's the last update that I have, and I emailed that all to you.
Yeah, so we gave them all of the data. They asked for a ton of data. We scrambled, got everything to them within their timelines. And so we've just been waiting kind of patiently for them to tell us what the results of that are. Looking forward to getting that information so we can try to implement some of those best practices and create efficiencies within our government. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gambaro, you got anything?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I expect executives in any organization to be involved in their communities. All right? Some people view it as a bad thing or something that's a conspiracy. Others see it as being involved in the community to develop a network to help us all move forward. And so I have no problem with the organizations that Ms. Lawrence Johnson's a part of. And I think she's doing a fine job as our acting city manager. Some of you in this room might disagree with me, but this is where I stand. Thank you.
You got anything, Councilman Sullivan?
Yeah, just on the animal control, couple of points. Number one, we do want to separate animal control from the actual shelter. They're two different things. They're connected right now, not so much here in the city, where we have our own clear animal control operation. I watched the county meeting on this last week. They really didn't get very far. They know it's a problem, and sometimes it gets confusing. I'm worried that a meeting on August 6th, unless some things really change, we're not going to get very far, but it's never a bad thing to meet. I just don't see much resolution at this time. Another point is, has anybody talked to Bunnell and the city of Flagler Beach? You know, they pay separately for their services with the shelter. And so they have their own setup on that. So just because we say we're going to do something, we still might have the shelter providing animal control in Flagler Beach and Bunnell. I think we need to get to a point where for animal control, we do it with one organization. And we have a good organization. I think it's well thought of here in the city. And I don't see we should do anything to disrupt that. I could see us with additional funding from the surrounding areas, maybe taking that over. But I would, for the future, at some point, having one animal control organization covering the entire county makes sense to me.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I have a question for staff, and if you need to come, excuse me, come back to us on this, that's fine, obviously. But I recall very vaguely discussing the possibility of an impact fee for an animal shelter. I don't know if that's something the city or the county could impose. Do we have any information on that?
It's the county. It's one that they chose not to elect in their last impact fee review. It was for, they call it municipal facilities, and it's one that they could use funds for those services.
Okay, well, I happen to know their impact fees are coming up, I believe, next year. So those people in the room that are here lobbying for a new shelter, those items, I think that's something really important to bring up to the county for the purposes of trying to help us build a shelter. Thank you for that, Acting City Manager. I would definitely support putting an animal shelter in our CIP. I know it was added to the county CIP this year. I would also support addressing it, like you said, Councilman Miller, next year in the SAP. But I think at the very least, we could probably get it added to our CIP if we can get consensus. Can we get consensus on that, working with
I
the
would
county?
get that, yes.
Next year?
Well, CIP, you can do it at any time, but SAP would be next year. Yeah. Okay, so did you get that, Acting City Manager? Thank you for that. Somebody mentioned the reduction in 3 city employees, high-up city employees. Forgive me, I don't remember who it was. That was Ms. Johnston. That was her decision. So for those who are a little critical as to what she does to give back to our community, that was her decision. She makes those types of personnel calls, so she should get credit for that. This board has no decision-making over personnel except for city attorney and city manager. If we could, I know there have been multiple complaints about the timing of the lights. I field those types of complaints pretty often. I don't know if we have some type of survey, and I don't mean like resident survey, I mean like a technical survey, or some type of analysis that we can do citywide for the streetlights and the timing. Is there something that like that exists?
We do have a new transportation engineer that came on board. Let me brainstorm with him and see what we can do. Maybe there is a technical analysis or some sort of report that we can send to you, and then he can go out into the field and make any type of adjustments.
I also have been, sorry to interrupt, but had also been talking with Doug about trying to advance that further. I think I mentioned it during the SAP as well, that utilizing our camera feeds, our loop, fiber loop for kind of real-time algorithms to try to change these timings based on what's actually happening at the intersections right now, not based on a study 4 months ago or whatever the case may be. So I've been working with him on that. We're trying to look through resources. The technology is kind of in its infancy, so it may assist with these types of technical reviews that can evaluate things over a month and then give us a better timing pattern that may help these things. So I've been working on this too as well to try to help that situation, because we're not going to be able to add a lane to every road anytime soon because of money and things like that. But so if we can invest in some of these technologies that make them more efficient, potentially we can ease the strain on the roads.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. And then the last thing, I also watched the county budget workshop. They discussed the animal shelter, and I think there was some frustration expressed from that board. I'm frustrated. I know we've got some residents that are frustrated at the amount of time this has taken. Unfortunately, when we've got 2 governmental bodies, it certainly doesn't speed things up. If we could, city manager, I know they were waiting on a lot of data from us, financial figures as to what it would look like to start up enough animal control to assist them. But what I heard from their dais was that there was some concern that there was not a need for 2 trucks. We likely only needed to add 1. Perhaps there wasn't a need to add as many animal control officers as we had predicted. I think there was some concern about the efficiency, what our current animal control officers are doing during their work days. In order to try to get ahead of some of these issues, I would ask city staff in preparation for the August 6th meeting to, watch their meeting, and let's get ahead of those questions so that we can answer those, so that we don't have to then go back to the drawing board and then go back to them and stay in this, what some of them described as a hamster wheel, which I can relate to. And B, maybe we present a couple options for them instead of just, one, here's the option, this is what we predict it's going to look like. maybe we approach them with a couple different options, because obviously we're all working within the confines of budgets. And so if we can, obviously that will affect level of service, but if we can present options of level of service and budget, maybe that will help to speed this process up.
Understood. I will tell you that our animal control officers, there was 12,000 or some odd cases that we were handling within a year, and a lot of those get escalated, whether they're dangerous dogs or dog bites. Marcus gets the pleasure of hearing all of those cases, so the workload is definitely there for our current staff. So we were a little nervous about adding more, and we don't know how far out we need to go in the county to retrieve an animal, and then that takes away from your current level of service within the city of Palm Coast. So we're just trying to balance all that, but I agree with you with level of service options.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, we're not animal control officers, right? So we don't know what their daily regimen looks like, but I think that type of information will help. Obviously, the county, they have to make a decision because it affects their budget. The other thing that I think would be valuable is to maybe go to the city of Bunnell and see if they do have any possible land that would work for an additional county-wide shelter, because I think we've all been talking about a municipal shelter, and so maybe we've put a little bit of blinders on as far as maybe looking at other municipalities outside of just the city of Palm Coast. Bunnell obviously has a good amount of land, so maybe speaking to them about any land that the city owns, or maybe there's even some private land that folks are willing to negotiate with the county or the city on to try to help the land situation as well.
Understood.
I have a quick question about our animal control. Are our officers, are they zoned? Do they have a territory, or are they?
No, I don't believe so. They do have zones. Barbara's shaking her head. Yes, she's here for the next item on the agenda.
I was just, wondering about the efficiency. So essentially what we're doing is we're contracting out services to the county, and they're choosing their level of service, right, by how much they want to spend based on their budget. And so I don't want to, as you pointed out, affect our level of service because it's averaging downwards because they're choosing a level of service less than us. Because especially out in the county, it's a lot more land. So they're going to be driving farther, taking more time to get cases done, things like that. So just want to make sure that, if we can provide it and they can decide on whatever course of action, then fine, but I don't want it to affect ours negatively as well.
And since I brought that point up, I'm not saying that we take on the whole county without getting additional support from the people we're supporting. Obviously, and that's part of the staffing process and the possibilities, is how much would it cost to consolidate it in one spot? Maybe that doesn't make sense. I do know that the cost of a new truck that they were complaining about at the meeting at the county, we just buying one, it's $55,000. It's not like $10,000 secondhand truck. It's $55,000 to get one.
That's good?
That's it.
Okay, Ms. Stevens or Matt, have we had anybody check on that Pine Lakes sinkhole, if there's a possibility of one out there? Is there any way you can follow up on that, Lynn? Nelson brought it up about the south of the mobile station. Maybe he can give you a specific location just to follow up, see if that's going on.
This is headed back to Mother Seton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Heading back towards Palm Coast, Belterre, heading back towards Belterre.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, we have to come to something on the animal control. We'll see what happens in that meeting on the 6th. But I can tell you, it's going to cost a lot of money to stand up a shelter. And 45 cents of every dollar that comes in our city currently goes to county. And I do think because of our county, it should be a county service, but that's not my choice. We'll have to figure that out. But we do need to do something. And the people that mentioned about fundraising, I'm all for that. I really am. If you can get some type of foundation going, it would ease the burden on the city and the county if we have those funds that come in to support whatever we do. We have a lot of people that are concerned. We just need to find the right answer. And I know it's government, it's bureaucracy, it takes time. But I'm personally myself, I'm not happy with the Flagler County Humane Society, and we can do better. Last thing I'll cover real quick is the city manager search. We've been getting those resumes, but that's completely out of my hands. I don't have any say. consensus among the council what they want to do, but I voted for the last two guys that came before us, so I have no control over that. So it's up to the council if they want to move forward in that. So with that being said, we can move on to E, presentations. City Attorney, please, E1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a 2025 resolution approving the nuisance abatement initial assessment.
Mayor, City Council, as Ms. Grossman and Mr. Tyner are getting the presentation up, we thought that this would be helpful for many of you. This is our annual process for adopting the nuisance abatement resolution. It's a process that's written into our code. So Ms. Grossman is going to go through the process with you, what's the associated fines, the years we've collected, and the years that we've fined. So Ms. Grossman?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Today's agenda item relates to the 2025 nuisance abatement final assessment. This is required by law to conduct the initial assessment hearing and a final assessment hearing. This is the initial hearing. In 2010, City Council adopted an ordinance for the creation of the assessment area to authorize the imposition of nuisance abatement assessments to be included on the annual non-ad valorem bills sent through the county tax collector where the city abated the nuisance. Every year, the city is required to prepare the preliminary assessment and the final assessment rolls. Today's item is to present to council the initial assessment roll. After the adoption of the initial assessment resolution, payments may still be made on abatement invoices. The final assessment roll will then be updated for council's consideration on August 19th, 2025 at the business meeting and thereafter provided to the county tax collector to be placed on the tax roll. Types of public nuisance violations covered under the ordinance are wildfire mitigation, hazardous trees, unsecured structures, such as house or pool. This may be a broken window, a damaged door, bulk trash for unoccupied dwellings that move out for an eviction, or illegal dumping. An example of illegal dumping would be yard waste accumulations of some type in unoccupied lots or commercial parcels, where they can go and do their thing at night, and then we get the surprise in the morning. So then we have to go out and abate it. Since 2012, the city has collected $1,266,596.52 from the ad valorem nuisance abatement assessments. The total bill is greater as there are times that the taxes are paid in different years or the tax deed occurs. When a tax deed occurs, depending on the amount of surplus the city may receive after applying in the tax deed situation some of the amount owed. We received an update from finance for the amount collected in 2025 for the amount billed and paid. And you can see the amount in 2025 billed is $128,005. We actually have 264 parcels that were issued notice of remedies for the nuisance abatement. If you have any questions?
Anyone on the council have any questions?
Yeah, just one quick question. Just for clarity, in layman's terms, essentially, we're taking the fines associated with certain public nuisances, and then we're converting them into liens based on this list. Is that correct?
No,
Tax liens?
what's happening with these are unoccupied properties for the most part. So what we do is we have other contractuals. We have a contractor. So if we have a complaint of overgrown, it wouldn't be going to the code board because it's a vacant lot, well, not unoccupied. So we would go ahead and use the contractor that we have for the city. They would abate the situation. We would bill the property owner.
Okay, so this is the cost of the abatement.
Right, and then at this time, we would, if they're not non-payment, they would go on the tax roll.
Right, so if we have a tree that's leaning a certain way, something like that.
Yes, of course. If there was any type of hazardous tree or something and we didn't get a response from the property owner, then yes, we would go ahead and do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Grossman, thank you for the hard work that you and your team do every day and making sure that our city looks the way it does. And so I I appreciate this presentation and the timing of it because now that we're all five here, I think we need to have a conversation. I think some of us are kind of wrestling with it. You know, we're at the crossroads of personal freedoms, you know, as individual residents for our homes and our businesses, with what the vision is and what we want the future of this city to look like. A lot of people moved here, you know, many of us up here included moved here because of how the city looks, of how it's maintained, of how things are kept in order. And so, you know, what is our vision? And I think this presentation is a good place to start because, Ms. Grossman, you're only enforcing what the vision is and what the ordinances say, whether it's abatement, whether it's colors, whether it's, you know, vehicles in people's yards, whether it's chickens. So I asked a question to my fellow council members, what is our vision for the future of this city? What do we want it to look like? And then how do we square that with personal freedoms? And so just want to open it up to see if there's any thoughts. Maybe look forward to public discussion on this as well.
Well, I have,
Go right ahead.
in saying that, obviously we want the city to be beautiful, stay beautiful, and be a great place to live. But specifically on public nuisance abatement violations, that's a different group of things. It's not like a house color. It's somebody does something wrong, and it's as listed. And I think those are all important questions, but each of our ordinances and restrictions have their own basis, and I think we should treat each one separately. I think public nuisance abatement violations are different than many other things we do, so I think what we're doing here makes a lot of sense. I don't think anybody would complain that we're going after people who do these things that hurt the city and hurt the value of the property. So I look at it as, yes, we want to have the most beautiful city we can possibly have, but I think each one of these things that comes before us should be viewed as a special case, not as a special case, but as a separate case. So that's my feeling. Yeah, I think Barbara's doing a great job on this particular issue, and I think the report is very solid as presented.
Thank you, sir.
I would jump on to just agree that, you know, this list specifically is more about public safety, whether it's, you know, trash being dumped or whether it's wildfire mitigation. You know, obviously that still was a long time ago, but it still lingers, the fires that occurred in the 90s here. And, you know, knocking on doors, I had several people that were still beating the drum about, you know, all this undergrowth needs to go away because the same thing can happen again. And we need to be more active in enforcing those things. So there are people that remember that and know that that's still a public safety issue to ensure that there's not dead vegetative material, you know, all over these lots that could turn into wildfires. So I agree with Mr. Sullivan's point that I think these are kind of like safety issues where I think we can all agree that we don't want trash dumping, we don't want trees falling down on somebody's home, we don't want fires, things like that. Whereas, you know, some other issues are closer to 50-50, whether it's colors or other code enforcement issues. So I would put these in a separate category as well.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I was going to bring up that issue during council comments, so I don't want to gloss over it because I can appreciate the question and the discussion. With regards to the nuisance abatement, I agree. I think these are more of like, you know, egregious actions that people have taken or not taken for a long period of time. And so now we are finding them and moving forward in a stronger way. I remember specifically having a pretty extensive back and forth with you either last year or the year before, Ms. Grossman, when we talked about this list. I had a really big issue when we discussed this list last time with all of the entities that were listed as violators owing money to our city. And the reason I have issues with those entities is a lot of them own a lot of vacant lots here. They're clearly not homesteaded. they're clearly, likely holders of these lots or maybe even developers of the infill lots. What I'm curious about and what concerns me is, are we being strong enough against them? Are we doing enough to force them to upkeep these infill lots? Because I don't feel like we are. I don't know, I'm asking you, but I would like some accountability with regards to that, because I see the same violators on this list for multiple properties that I've seen in years past. And I agree that homeowners should be treated differently. We have to legally because they're homesteaded. But are we afraid to file a foreclosure for a lien? And when's the last time we did it? Have we sent them a pre-foreclosure notice? Do we even have a procedure that says, hey, such and such lot owner who owns 80 lots in our community and 50 of them are on this list because you're not maintaining them, we're going to file for foreclosure if you don't pay this. Oh, and by the way, you need to pay the fee and pay for our admin costs to even send this letter from our attorney. All of these things, in my opinion, we need to beef up and make stronger.
Most of the, and I can go through the list and double check, but a lot of times they are vacant lots, and they're wildfire mitigation. And there is a criteria as per our code. If they don't meet that criteria, then they're not wildfire mitigation. So they stay in their natural state. So that's the perception that you see now on infill lots that are out there that are vacant. So as we go out and we map our, we have 3 inspectors, 1 landscape specialist and 2 inspectors. They map the areas so we continuously go around. And then if there's, of course, when we do get a call on a wildfire mitigation, or they want, it's hurricane season now. So the 3 factors that they're going to go out there and look at now is, number 1, does it meet the wildfire mitigation? Number 2, are there any hazardous trees? And number 3, is there a fence abatement? Because there could be a lot that's next door to them that has a fence, and then the vegetation is coming over. So when we go out there, we're looking at all those factors at one time. So then their notice is given to them as the due process through 162. They get a notice of remedy. If they don't correct the violation, then we schedule it for, it to be remedied. And then, of course, we can't make that, to go on the tax roll as per state law until we start now, and then it goes to the tax collector.
But when I'm not faltering the process for the inspection. What I'm saying is, once we've decided that they're in violation for whatever reason, first of all, when's the last time we increased the fees? I know that there's an amount of due process. There are limitations as to what you can impose for fees. But then my other question is, are there late fees? If they're not paying, are there late fees? Are we charging them for every single hearing that they're costing us, every single time we have to send a notice? I want to know that because this is why I say this. These are not one-offs. Here and there, people are violating. I am repeatedly seeing the same exact violators on this list year after year. And if they're curing when they get their tax bill, are we recovering all of that money that they're costing us administratively?
There is an administrative cost of $100 on each violation. I can go back and I can research that, because there are only certain things I can't use our time for once. That's not a part of administrative cost. So there are state statutes in there, but there is an administrative cost on every invoice. So if it costs $64.50 to mow a lawn on a vacant lot, it's $164.50, because there is a cost. That's our administrative cost when we go back out to them. Now, I can research again, but we researched not too long ago on administrative cost, and that was what it costs us, because it has to be actual cost. That's why when you see it going into the code board itself, there's an administrative cost there too. There is for the, and I won't think of the word right now because I'm looking at you trying to think of it.
Okay, if there's a fee, there's a fee. I don't
There
care
is a
what-
fee,
I don't
yes,
care
there
what
is a
the
fee on
semantics-
every piece of property. There is a fee. We do not waive the fee unless it was a circumstance that we were, not aware of. An order, that's what I was trying to think of, thank you. So when it's at code board, it's an order. When it's through the notice of remedy, it is a administrative cost.
Okay, and can we impose late fees for non-payment? Let's look it up. If we don't know, can we look it up,
Yeah.
please? I have repeatedly found that when you hit people in the pocketbook, they tend to comply, particularly if you're a business owner, because you got a bottom line to worry about. So I would like to see us, I don't know, hopefully it doesn't take a whole lot of staff time, but I would like to see us reevaluate the fees, look at the late fees, look at the admin costs. We talked on this council about being cost recovery and planning and development. We should be cost recovery here too, 100%.
Do understand, though, that when we go out to, it would be looking at our administrative costs, because when you go out to bid, they are, the contractual, the company which is doing the work is giving the bid. So it's a set price.
Sure.
Unless it would depend, now if you had trees, it would be depend on the diameter of the tree. But an average lot would be, to mow, would be this amount of money.
Yeah, no,
To
I
do
get the actual cost.
The wildfire mitigation could be on both sides, or it could be on one side. But the only thing we really could look at is the administrative costs, and definitely we'll look into that.
Yeah, and I think your team does a great job in finding the violators, citing them, and we have a good collection rate. My issue is I want to start being deterrent.
Okay.
Let's start deterring.
Okay.
We're constantly reactive with the same violators. Let's try to deter
And Vice
this.
Mayor, can I ask, and you drew kind of a differentiation between homesteaded and non-homesteaded, or individuals versus, companies, so to speak. So what are we talking about here? I guess the admin costs would be the same across the board.
Well, they are.
with
I
that.
was saying we can't foreclose on somebody's homestead.
Right.
Because of
No,
Florida
yes,
statute.
for sure.
So, but I'm curious, can we foreclose on some of these lots if they're, are we repeatedly waiting until a certain time when by law we could foreclose? Why are we doing that?
Or if not, is there something that we as a body can do to change the process for you?
I guess we definitely can check into it, but it might be a cost factor in foreclosing, more so.
Have to pay that, and I'm pretty sure statutorily they would have to.
The foreclosure route, then yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Anything else for Ms. Grossman? City Manager, you had something?
Yes, so we will work on your direction. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get it done before the first public hearing on August 19th. It's going to take quite a bit of staff time.
I think this is for next year.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, so we will work on that direction for the next evaluation next year, but we're going to proceed with the August 19th first reading.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Grossman.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Steiner, we'll see you on the 19th.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara.
I just wanted to thank you too. You guys have been responsive to several resident requests involved with trees and things like that, and very responsive, fix the trees very quickly. So thank you for all that work as well.
Well, we don't want anybody's property to be a target. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just friendly reminder, public comment for this as
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, okay, Barbara, stay there. We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte. I actually lived in the B section, and I woke up to the property next to me being bulldozed just around the perimeter around my fence line. Have you ever seen the debris that they'll take down an entire tree and they'll mush it up into sand? I don't know how they do it, but they actually leave a fire hazard behind, and they do not clean it up. It wasn't a fire hazard before they started, and although that did impose on my property, but when they leave after that machine that they use is insane. It just takes down a tree in no time, but it leaves a lot of debris behind. Is that part of this fire? How are you contacting the owners of these properties? Are they supposed to clean up after the city comes in and bulldozes down these, whoops. But what do they consider clean? What do they consider a fire hazard? Thank you. And people are out of state. People, like, say somebody has an emergency up north and they can't be around their house. Are you actually going to somebody's neighbors and saying, hey, do you know what's going on next door? Where do we draw the line of, we're going to bait them, we're going to put a lien against their house, we're going to, foreclose on you? What kind of time frame do you have before you start hitting people upside the head? I think that's all I got.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir?
Jim Blecken, C-section. I think what they're doing is great, to be honest. Anytime that properties are neglected, people are just not taking care of the residents, it's great that we have something set up where it comes in to keep the health, welfare, safety of the city, and the beautification of the city intact. Numbers that were presented to me, over $1.5 million of billing and only $1.2 million recouped. We're at 80% recoup. That means 20% has been recouped. That's $300,000. That's getting borderline substantial. From what I gathered, and Congress Vice Mayor Pontieri went through almost everything I was thinking of, and I was just sitting there smiling, chuckling. She's hitting pretty much everything except for when it came down to the fees and the fines. I didn't hear a fine, I heard fees. If they're not doing it, do they get fined first? Do they get a second fine? Do they get proper notices through all the litigation factors to lead up to the point of intervention and mitigation? And then they get the bill for that as well, and why aren't we leaning? I think a lien at that point in time does protect the city and its residents, because this is $300,000 over 12, 13 years. It's come out of the coffers to pay for it. I think you should be able to find a way that these fines and fees, if they are not paid, do incur interest. Just as if we borrow money to do infrastructure, we're paying 5% on a bond, they should be paying 5% on it being delinquent. They were given plenty of notice. I'm sure legal counsel has made sure that all the proper processes are in place. They get a first notice, they get a second notice. If you fail to comply by this date, we will enforce mitigation procedures. They go and they do the procedures. Now we have a bill from a contractor. He gets paid out of our coffers. We're carrying that fee until the homeowner pays. We are entitled to interest on that. And I hope that the fine gentleman over here and our city attorney will look up into that, because the way I do math, 300,000 starting 12 years ago at 5% should be over 600,000 by now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Ms. Henry.
Denise Henry, P section. There's a lot, or a house, about 4 houses from mine, that numerous complaints have been put in, and then you get back, oh, it's closed because it's going in for closure in, I think the last date I saw was September 2nd, maybe. But here's the issue. The fence is broken. There's tattered covering in the back that covered, and the poles are bent, and the weeds, and now they're pine trees almost 4 foot high. And this has been, you know, I know my daughter complained about it last year, and so I put a complaint in this year, and I know the next door neighbors have, but how do we get that unsafe situation, especially with the hurricane coming in, because those are projectiles that can just fly. I mean, it won't be my house, but it'll be the houses behind or the houses beside. And, you know, like, yes, they're being fined. Yes, maybe you got a lien on the property, but that's not solving the issue. So how does that unsafe backyard, you know, become safe for the rest of the residents? And then across the street is an empty lot, and I put a complaint in about that because there's been a tire there for, well, now it's probably been 9 months. And the mosquito control had told me in whenever the housing expo was that you can bring tires one day free, and I was going to pick it up and take it, you know, even though it's not my lot, it's not even close to me, but it's just laying there in this vacant lot. So I went to do it, but there's a wheel, the wheel's there, and she said you can't bring it with a wheel. So it's still there, and I put a complaint in, and when the city guy came to mow, he just moved it a little further in on the taller weeds, but it's still there. And I don't know why the city can't just pick it up. I mean, I put the complaint in, it's sitting there, and I'm sure it's a mosquito hazard. So anyway, that's what I want to say about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone? Yes, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. First of all, I want to applaud her and her department with her minimal staff maintaining code enforcement for a city as large as ours with lack of appreciation and support. Couple of questions. What is the difference between an infill lot that's empty and a vacant lot that's empty? I'm assuming almost every lot in Palm Coast, whether it's empty or not, is owned by somebody. I learned that myself. First year I was here, had 2 empty lots behind my house, those really scraggly pine trees, and one of them fell during a windstorm. It was dead as it could be. And I learned the Florida law of live tree versus dead tree. Never been here before, that was really strange. So I called the city and they said, well, you need to put in a case to have them come out with a specialist. A month later, they walked through the entire lot and must have tagged 10 of those trees. Put a yellow sticker, a thing on it. It took another month to find the owner, who happened to live in New York State, for them to get contracted to send a private organization in to go in and clean out the trees and take all the dead ones. It all started with me, the citizen. So the question that I have on this action is it triggered by a case, by a complaint, by a call, by a city person living here, or is it your inspectors that your 3 inspectors drive around and fine all these things? Just a question, because going back to what Councilman Gambaro is saying and what we're all faced with, we have a code enforcement which is neutral supported, which means we rely on our neighbors to start the condition of action. I'm not sure this is the same, but I know and have been told by board members that her inspectors are not allowed to stop and see a paint truck in a driveway and write that up. They drive right by it. So I'm confused on how it gets started. We can talk all day about how we fine and how we correspond and how we do it, but if we're not consistent in our actions to support everything she's doing and empower her. I was reminded the other day by somebody, HOA people don't tell on each other. They have a guy driving around. So some questions I have for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. A lot of these questions, I would say Ms. Henry, Ms. Duarte, and Mr. Webb, have a conversation with Ms. Barbara. She can explain the processes to you. I don't think we have time to go into specifics here tonight, unless someone wants to touch on something.
I mean, if Barbara had a quick response to anything, I would like to hear her response.
The code is broken. Am I still on?
Oh, there I am, sorry. I thought I was leaving earlier, so I pushed the button. We are both proactive and reactive. We are on every street twice a month. That is our goal with our officers that we have. We have 10 officers, 1 part-time, 9 that are full-time, 1 that's part-time. What else was I going to say? So it doesn't have to be complaint-driven. You know, we try to be as many. Now, when we go on a street and there is a complaint, we're going to take the whole street. So if you were to call about trash containers, we're going to be on that whole street until we write every trash container up. Okay, again, I have to reiterate, there is due process. There is reasonable time. There are, when notices that are mailed out, you have to do it. So, for instance, when you go to a code board, it does take almost 2 months because you have to meet all the statute. When you do a note, and there's the difference between the notice of violation that is going to the code board, and then there's the notice of remedy that we're here to make sure that everybody's safe. So that notice of remedy is done. It's not going before a code board. So that's immediately done. So there's two different ways of doing it. No matter what, you have to give reasonable time. And the state statute says when you have a wildfire mitigation, you're giving them 30 days to correct that violation. If they don't correct that violation, we post again on that property, and then our contractor does it in 30 days. So there is a 60-day window as per state statute, just as there's pretty much a 60-day window to either go to code board or special magistrate or to remedy the situation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else from the dais?
Yeah, just had one quick thing. Ms. Henry, can you get the, do you have the ticket number potentially for the specifics that you were talking to us about, for us to follow up on that? And then for Jim, I don't know what the legality of it is, but in terms of the interest on the fines, I would assume that, and maybe someone can answer me, the gap in receivables is probably the homesteaded homes that we're not able to take those until it passes through probate in a sale or something like that. But in terms of interest, it would make sense if we can legally do that to collect that interest.
We can. And as a part of that analysis too, he mentioned fines versus fees. I agree. If we're not doing both and we can, I think we probably should. So I just don't know at this point. So if, I know we asked for information to be brought back to us. If we can just make sure that that's included in there, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to E2, city attorney. I'm sorry, city manager, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to go through a budget summary of what Ms. Alves and Ms. Ragsdale is going to bring for you today. So as we begin the fiscal year 2026 budget presentation, I want to give you the highlights before we get into the details. This budget is a reflection of responsible financial stewardship and thoughtful investment in our future. At City Council's direction, we do have an option of a reduction to the general fund millage rate from 4.1893 to 4.0893, while still delivering enhanced services, maintaining a strong fund balance, and supporting key City Council priorities that directly impact our residents' quality of life. We are investing in neighborhood road maintenance, public safety with the addition of 9 new deputies, and we'll be opening 2 new fire stations this year, investing in critical infrastructure like the Maintenance Operations Complex, and investing into the initiative for our saltwater canal dredging, and economic development incentives that strengthen our local economy. I also want to take a moment to recognize what truly drives the success of our organization, and that is our people. Our employees are our greatest asset, and this year's budget includes a 2% cost of living adjustment and a 3% merit increase. At the same time, we're also making and taking smart, streamlined approaches to operations. We have eliminated and froze selected positions. We are reducing IT expenses and aligning projects with grant funding when possible. This budget that balances your strategic action plan priorities with long-term sustainability. Palm Coast continues to grow, and this budget supports our shared vision for a smart, vibrant, and resilient community that values both progress and people. And Helena and Gwen, I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor, City Council, Helena Alves, Financial Services Director. I'm here with Gwen Ragsdale, our Budget and Procurement Manager, and we're going to review tonight revenues, expenditures, and proposed personnel requests for the General Fund, the Facilities Fund, and the Information Technology Operations Fund, as well as review your proposed maximum millage rate options. So we're going to get started with the General Funds. This is an overview of general fund positions. We'll go into detail in the individual budgets, but you can see in administration, we are eliminating the chief of staff position, as well as half an FTE from the communications and marketing division. The fire department is asking for 1 FTE Public Works is asking for 2 FTEs, and we are eliminating 1 FTE position in the Gulf budget. You will also see that there are 6 FTEs being transferred from the Stormwater Management Fund to the General Fund, and these are positions for the residential site development inspectors. We will start with revenues. This is big picture, overall change of approximately 7.8 million or 12.9%. Ad valorem is the largest revenue source for the general fund. The city received the July 1st property valuation from the property appraiser's office, and our values have increased 10.34%, with approximately 5.49% attributable to new construction. Assuming the same millage rate from last year, a 4.1893, we would generate 44 million in ad valorem revenues, of which 43.7 would be to support the general fund. The amount attributable to new construction is approximately 2.2 million, leaving the balance of 1.9 million attributable to existing taxable properties. The next category includes the state revenues that the city receives. We are still expecting revenue projections from the state to complete fiscal year 2026. They are scheduled to be released in July and August. The half-cent sales tax revenue is a portion of the state's 6% sales tax that is then remitted to local governments. The estimate has been received, and we will update for next week's presentation. The communication services tax consists of 5.22% applied to communications, video, direct-to-home satellite, and related services. We projected a conservative increase, but we are still waiting for the state estimates. The state revenue sharing revenue estimates we received keep the revenue almost flat for fiscal year 2026. The other taxes category is related to business tax, which has remained relatively flat, and the fire insurance premium tax that is used to fund the Section 175 pension. We don't typically receive those estimates until later in the summer. Next, we have permits and fees. This category includes planning and zoning permit fees as well as franchise fees. The projected increase is mainly due to the transfer of the residential site inspectors to the general fund. The community development is currently reviewing the assessed fees to ensure that they're set to be cost recovery for fiscal year 2026, and they should be bringing to you a resolution to adopt any needed changes later this summer. Fines and forfeitures. This category includes code enforcement fines and administrative fees, hazardous tree removals, fire mitigation, as well as Flagler County Sheriff's Office traffic fines issued. The next category involves charges for services. These comprise approximately 7.7 million. Of that, 2.8 million are related to parks and recreation activities, such as program fees, golf, tennis, pool, and recreation general. 4.3 million is related to internal services allocation for the city departments. These allocations are for administrative services and for engineering services that are funded 100% from the general fund. The main components to other revenues are EV charger fees, rents, any insurance settlements, and the opioid settlement that we receive annually. You will notice an increase in the appropriated fund balance for fiscal year 2025 from the original budget. Annually, and after the audit is completed and presented to council, we analyze the prior year's available fund balance as part of the budget process and identify uses according to policy for any amounts over the max. The details of the proposed usage will be reviewed later in the presentation as we go into details on the non-departmental budget. Fiscal year 2026 appropriated fund balance of 2.1 million is to fund the annual contingency to handle fluctuations in revenues and expenditures, the property tax value adjustment contingency. It also includes the carryover from fiscal year 2025 for the comp plan and the land development code revisions. It also funds 3% of fiscal year 2025 general fund original budget for economic development incentives, one-time improvements for fiscal year 2026 for the golf course, and a salary survey. Do I have any questions on revenues before we move to expenditures? So this is big picture summary of general fund expenditures. These will be covered in the following slides by each department director, so I'm not going to detail on this slide. However, the proposed budget for the general fund is $69 million, an increase of $7.8 million from fiscal year 2025, or 12.9%. We will proceed with general fund expenditures, starting with what we call our Administrative Services Department. Council should have received the supporting worksheets with detailed line item budgetary requests last week. These were also placed on the city's website for the public under the fiscal year 2026 budget preparation tile. I will now turn the presentation over to Gwen Ragsdale. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Can't hear you.
Good evening. Our administrative services include City Council, City Manager, City Clerk, Human Resources, Communication and Marketing, City Attorney, and Financial Services. There are no new administrative general fund positions included in the budget for fiscal year 2026. We are eliminating several positions, the Chief of Staff and a part-time communications position. This budget also is freezing a grants coordinator position for half of the year. This is a summary of the city administrative departments. The total for fiscal year 2026 is $6.8 million, or a 2% increase. We will go over each budget on the next slides. This budget has City Council priorities 9, 10, and 11 funded as noted on this slide. We will start with City Council budget. For fiscal year 2026, increase is mainly due to adding the council priority for the Charter Review Committee. The increase between adopted and estimated budget for fiscal year 2025 is the addition of the risk assessment analysis engagement. The city manager and city clerk's office budgets are decreasing due to the elimination of the chief of staff position and funding only a half year for the grant coordinator position. The city attorney's budget is increasing $120,000 due to the retainer increase request received from legal. The details will be discussed on the next slide. As you can see, the request is to increase the monthly retainer by $10,000 per month, and Marcus is available to answer any council questions on this budget.
So I have a couple questions, sorry. Thank you. So the retainer, the way that it's working now, is that a to not exceed retainer that we have with you all? I don't remember.
Sorry, can you clarify your question? What do you mean do not exceed?
So in other words, if you're billing hourly and we go over the hourly of 30,000, is it capped at 30,000?
Yeah, no matter what, if I bill at an hourly of $60,000 a month, we still only charge you $30,000.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that. So I know I had asked actually for the last 3 months of bills from you all in preparation for tonight. And I think it was either last month or the month before, it was at what, $81,000 for 1 month?
Yeah, last month it was around $69,000. That's
$69,000.
Yes,
Okay. So if we do go up to the $40,000 a month, that is still going to be capped at $40,000 regardless, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
The communications and marketing decreases due to part-time freelance position being eliminated. The human resources budget increased by $16,000. To remain competitive in the workforce, City Council Priority 9 is an increase to the budget to fund a comprehensive salary survey. The goal is to complete the study before the start of budget planning for fiscal year 2027. Also, Risk Management is currently working on a project to ensure that both employees and residents have access to early defibrillation by strategically placing automated external defibrillators, AEDs, throughout the community. This is an ongoing initiative focused on our commitment to enhancing public safety across the city.
I have a question about this one. Can you go back, Ms. Rarsdale? Thank you. Did we already approve, it says Human Resources requesting a salary survey in the amount of $40,000, right? So we would have to approve that as a part of this year's budget?
This would be approved for fiscal year 2026 budget, and it is one of the items being funded through fund balance because it's a one-time expenditure, not ongoing operational expenditures.
Okay, is this not something that we can leverage AI with? I mean, have we looked into that at all? I'm just curious as to what, I don't know what goes into a salary survey, so maybe that is required to explain just a little bit, very high level. Because I feel like there's so much that we can do with AI instead of paying an outside consultant $40,000 to do it.
It's also going to review our classes of positions, where we have people in the organization, what ranks they are, as we are looking at competitiveness across other municipalities and cities our size. We've had this request to look at salary and compensation in the fire department as well as utility. We're losing a lot of highly trained technical staff to competing agencies like JEA. So us getting an independent outside source to evaluate where we are, job descriptions, job classes, will help the organization move forward in the future.
I foresee lots of more money coming out of our budget for salaries in the future based on this. It concerns me, I'll be quite frank with you. I understand maybe the need to make sure we're not being a training ground, but I also want to make sure we're not moving one step towards being overinflated either.
Yes, it's going to look at that too. So if we have higher paying salaried people in positions, maybe that's not what the market shows for cities our size. So that's an evaluation included in that process. It's to benchmark us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, though. It's a very fine line to ensure that we have the best people working for us as possible while also not, overpaying and wasting money. So we have to be very careful with this.
Not getting complacent.
The financial services budget increases mainly due to regular salary and benefit increases. The operating expenditures include additional funds for the external audit firm selected by council. The construction management and engineering budget increase is mainly due to regular salary and benefit increases. I will now turn it back over to Helena to review the law enforcement budget.
So this is the budget to support the Sheriff's Office request and add the contractual increase as well as 9 new deputies. The Sheriff's Office request is for 5 deputies starting October 1st and the additional 4 starting April 1st. Next week's presentation will be updated to decrease the request from the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, reduction of approximately $195,000, and that is due to the Sheriff's Office reduction in COLA from 4% to 2%. As you
So
can see.
that will be presented in the next presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, you're talking with the full sheriff's budget.
That is correct. So right now, the request of $11,376,931 will be reduced by $195,344. That will be reflected on your Tuesday presentation.
Got it. And then in these figures, did we adjust for the 9 deputies being 5 for the full year and only 4 for half year? Okay.
That is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. So here's the summary. Overall budgetary increase of 26.5%, but like I said, we will reduce it by the $195,000 by Tuesday's presentation. We will continue to community.
Just one more question. So we have one more year on these increases past past this coming year?
The 5-year public safety plan that was workshopped in front of you showed 9 deputies for fiscal year 24, 25, and 26. And then in 27, there was an asterisk that said it would be on the growth rate. We would reevaluate calls for service and per deputy. So yes, we still have 1 more year.
Based on that level of service, we'll reevaluate and determine if we are short.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might have said that backwards. I believe it's fiscal year 25, 26, and 27, and then 28 and 29 had that asterisk. Sorry, I misspoke there.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
So we will continue with Community Development and Economic Development Division budgets. As stated earlier, there are no new Community Development General Fund positions included in the budget for fiscal year 2026. Community Development consists of several divisions: business tax, code enforcement and animal control, planning, site development, and economic development. These are all general fund divisions. This is a summary, and we'll go over the detail in the next slides. Budget highlights for planning include the 6 residential site development inspectors that are moving from stormwater management. This budget also includes funds for the land development code rewrite, including citizen outreach, an increase for state-required second-party surveying due to cost and volume, which are also 100% recoverable from applicants.
This is, that third bullet point is our request to have additional surveys. Is that like as part of our code requirements?
Yes.
That is?
Yes, and it's a fee that's added on to its cost recovery, so the developers actually pay for that.
Right. So we're contracting surveyors to ensure that the surveys that builders are using are accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a question about the revenues that are, that come in for those. Is that listed under permits and fees?
Yes.
Revenue?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Code enforcement. This budget includes increased enforcement for short-term rental ordinance. Significant line item is for contracted services related to the nuisance abatement, so relating to the item you just heard. These funds are recovered after the work is completed through billing of non-ad valorem tax collections. The department is anticipating an increase in the Humane Society contract, which will be offset with increased animal licensing fees.
So Mayor, City Council, when we bring you the permitting fees for the residential site inspectors, we're also bringing you the animal licensing fees at the same time. Our goal is to make the increase the animal licensing fees to pay for the full cost of the Humane Society contract. So that is our intentions to bring forth to you in August.
Business tax was moved from the Finance Department in 2004, and that was done to streamline processing. So this year, the department made renewal processing online, which is an added convenience for business owner. It increased staff efficiency, and it reduced postage. The economic development budget was increased at City Council's direction to account for incentives totaling 3% of the fiscal year 2025 original general fund budget. This budget increases proactive employer recruitment and advertising, a pool for incentives as needed, and funds to continue moving Track 17 towards a pad-ready site.
Mayor, City Council, the only thing that is not included in this budget is the entitlements for Track 17. So just wanted to make sure you were tracking that.
This is City Council's priority number 4, as noted on this slide. I will now turn it over to Chief Barry Hill to present the Fire Department budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Department. Before I start, just for any of the residents, I see a lot of pictures being taken of the screen. There's a QR code on the table over to the side that'll link you to the full agenda packet if you want. So just for any resident that's looking for that. For our fiscal year 26 budget, we have some really incredible things happening in our fire department. First, we've reviewed for you previously this month, or previously last month, the three-legged stool for effective fire service, where we have fire stations appropriately located, fire apparatus that are reliable and respond every time, and then firefighters that are well-trained with the appropriate culture. And so this budget addresses those needs and the significant changes. In the next fiscal year, it'll be the first time in 17 years, I believe, that we're going to open a fire station in the city of Palm Coast. So Fire Station 26 is well underway. You can see walls up today. Fire Station 22, I believe the slab is being poured tomorrow. So we have some great things related to that. So you're going to see the impacts of the capital dollars in our capital improvement budget later on in the budget process. But you definitely will see in this year's budget some needs related to the opening of these two new facilities. So in our operating costs, some one-time needs related to opening two new facilities that total a little under $70,000. And then a couple of reoccurring needs such as additional site maintenance, some things of that nature. From a fire truck standpoint or from an apparatus standpoint, although you don't see the dollars because these are previously saved dollars, we're requesting to replace Engine 22 and Tower 24 as part of the Fire Fleet Capital Plan. And you do see our continued savings plan included in our budget requests. And then from a firefighter standpoint, there are no new firefighter positions in this budget. We anticipate that after about 1 year of service of those two new stations, we'll be reevaluating constantly, but we'll have a pretty good idea of what the changes are. I checked today, but this presentation last year, we were in the 16,000 call range, and we're 1,400 more calls today. So we were at 17,700 in the last 12 months. It's consistently, we've set records each rolling 12 months that I've checked since I've been the fire chief. So the demand for our service continues. Increases related to personnel are tied significantly to the approved collective bargaining agreement increases that council approved earlier this year. And then we are asking for one additional FTE to help us manage the process of procurement and distribution of supplies, everything from paper towels to EMS equipment.
Chief, so how's that being done now? Is it an additional duty?
Yeah, so we have collateral duties in the existing CBA that we pay a stipend per hour. Part of that CBA that was approved allows us that if a position such as this comes into play, we are anticipating this, we're able to go back and remove some of those collateral duties. And it won't be because the firefighters are sad about it. They're doing extra work. 20 years ago when I started, we ran under 4,000 calls annually. 2 of our stations run that annually today. So this is work that's occurring with the on-duty firefighters. What we really want them to focus on is training to be the best firefighters they can be. There's always going to be mopping and maintaining of the equipment that occurs daily. But some of these jobs are jobs that we're paying overtime for today. So we believe we have an analysis that says that this project should pay for itself.
Well, and I've seen the value of what Matt Mansell has done out there at DPW with having the consolidated clerk there to make sure. I mean, I think there's an opportunity to gain efficiencies from all that. And a lot of times that's not captured when it's done as a collateral or an additional duty.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you,
sir. If there's no other questions, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief Berryhill.
Thank you, Chief. James Hurst, Parks and Recreation Director, will now present.
Sorry, can I just add one thing? The fact that you all have in place savings to be able to pay for apparatus is incredibly impressive, and thank you for that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation. We'll be going through a few slides on the proposal for the 26 budget. So just really quick overview of our department here is our mission statement. We strive to make Palm Coast a great place to live, visit, and recreate. Our staff is dedicated to bringing citizens of Palm Coast quality parks and recreation experiences and improving the quality of life through our programs and facilities. And then we do also have a why statement to enhance our community so that everyone feels welcome. Here again is a quick snapshot of just what we do offer. These numbers are from 23-24, so we've had some additions to these numbers, but last fiscal year we hosted 387 programs, 80,000 people attended these programs. We maintained 13 parks, 26 sport fields, 8 playgrounds, and then it says here 16 tennis courts, but with the 5 extra, we are now at 21 courts. And then our splash pad, two dog parks, and then we had 28 events throughout fiscal year 23-24. So here is a quick summary of our Parks and Recreation budget as a whole. We are looking at a 13.4% increase. Many of these, when we were constructing our budget, we were looking at our Parks Master Plan, and it does say in there, maintain what you have. So our goal was to kind of maintain what we have, try and keep as flat as possible, but there were some increases to that. Thanks, Gwen. So first,
James, can you go back real quick? So in all these figures, does it include capital improvement? Because I know it's something
some of them do, yes.
So which ones do?
The golf club and the Southern Recreation Center. There's capital outlay, I think.
Okay.
It's called, yeah.
Thank you.
We'll see more as we go through each one too.
Okay,
yeah.
Great, thanks.
So the first one is the Parks and Recreation budget. This encompasses our community center, all our awesome programs that we do, and then kind of our admin stuff for Parks and Recreation. But our primary focus really in this budget was to continue doing our awesome recreation programs, keeping up with the safety of people who do attend those programs and those that come to our facility, and then again, following our master plan of taking care of what we have, which kind of leads into the next asset replacement. Believe it or not, we're closing in on the 10-year anniversary of the community center. It's a little crazy. So as the facility gets a little bit older, we kind of look at our tables and chairs that get used quite a bit. So we're kind of developing a small plan to kind of replace those throughout the next few years, so we don't have anything broken or anything like that for our residents when they come and rent out the facility. And then kind of going off with some other departments as well, we're doing the ADA accessibility. Civic Rec is an online registration program that we have through Parks and Recreation, and so we're just looking to get some ADA compliance software with that Civic Rec. So just a quick snapshot again of just Parks and Recreation. So it is a 9.9% increase. Some of those you'll see is our operating expenditures. From this budget, our water and electricity from all our parks and trails come out of this budget. So we saw a little bit of increase on that. And that's why we see a little bit of an increase. And then again, we have the $110,000 for the grants for the Cultural Art Grant and the Historical Society Grant. Looking at the Palm Coast Aquatic Center, so we are looking to return to a seasonal pool. So when we were seasonal a few years ago, it ran from April 1st to pretty much the end of October. And then again, our primary focus will be to continue our swim lessons that we do. Was the first year we provided free swim lessons through the health department statute that they created, and we actually did 39 programs. So we had 39 kids utilize that program, which was really nice. And then again, continue our awesome safety with our lifeguard training, making sure everyone is safe as they come into our facility. So not really much to kind of go on with this. We're looking at a decrease of 0.2% to the pool, and that's mainly due to salaries and wages with us going seasonal. The Southern Recreation Center, again, our primary focus is to maintain court conditions, just not our clay courts, but also our pickleball courts. Expanding and continuing our community programs, expanding on some lessons, and then again, the safety aspect of entering the facility and people being at the facility. So in this budget, we did increase our court maintenance. That is just due to the 5 new courts we got this year. Requires extra tools, requires clay, things like that, that we just need to add to our budget, as we had 10 courts before, now we're up to 15. The addition of the Thor Guard, that would be that capital outlay that I just mentioned before. That was at a request of some of our users to the facility. We have kind of a little bit of a standard practice for those high-traffic outdoor facilities, like Holland Park, Indian Trail Sport Complex, Ralph Carter. They all have Thor Guards, the aquatic center, to kind of notify people when there is lightning, thunder, or storm coming. So this is something that our users requested that we try and add to the budget, as you know, if we do have a storm that's, I think it's a 5-mile radius that our Thor Guard goes, then it will go off, signifying people to come into the building as soon as possible. Then we just recently contracted pro-level instruction. This was something that, again, we realized this was a need for the users of the Southern Recreation Center. We were able to provide some instruction, but we weren't able to get to that next level that they were wanting. So we just recently contracted our pro level, some pro instructors for both tennis and pickleball. We're looking to hopefully alleviate some of the personal budget from that. But we would kind of seek to incorporate some extra temporary or seasonal maintenance assistance for that facility.
So then I have a question. The personnel, when you say you're alleviating personnel, we see a personnel increase of $132,000. So where are we putting those contracts that we're entering into for instruction, pro, whatever it may be, and then perhaps even maintenance? Where is that line item expenditure?
So the 132 that we're looking to the increase is kind of more of outlining our facility operations, kind of being more in line with our operations of being open at the Southern Rec Center. So that's kind of where that increase is, kind of being more in line with our operating hours.
Are you meaning expansion of hours? I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding.
So James has included cost for part-time hours to sit at the front desk and monitor check-ins, players, et cetera. And then we will see a future decrease because we just signed the pilot program with John Hudson Academy to just see how that goes. That's not included in a reduction of personnel hours for our pros that we have now. It will be in the future because we just signed that agreement, and again, it's just a pilot program. But James is asking for an increase in part-time hours at the front desk.
But that's a lot of money for part-time hours. And then I looked at the increase in the health insurance, and it's for the Southern Rec Center, it's only $14,000 and some change. So I'm trying to figure out why we have such a high increase in personnel.
We can reevaluate and get back to you. We'll work with finance on what specifically those hours were.
Sometimes we try and have at least 2 people at the desk at all times.
Even still.
Yeah.
That number is not right. Please tell me that number is not right for 2 part-time desk people and $14,000 in health insurance. If you guys could just look at that again, that'd be great.
Definitely.
Yes, we'll reevaluate.
Yep. And then, just another increase of that $12,090 is for that Thor Guard piece of equipment. And then the operating expenditures was the court, mainly pretty much court operations. Thanks, Gwen. So we'll get to the Palm Harbor Golf Club. Primary goal is always to be cost recovery. We did go through and did some reductions in our repair and maintenance and also our fleet allocation. And then we did do some reductions in our salaries and wages as well. And then we are trying to implement additional revenue opportunities for the future, which July 22nd, we're coming back to council to kind of go through all that with everyone. So you can see here, again, that capital outlay that you asked before, that is for our irrigation pump, the main one that's on the course. I'm not sure on the year, but it is, I've been told it is really old. So if that does go on us, we could be in trouble. Fairway conditions, greens and everything could go down on us, which could maybe result in some lost revenue as well.
Yes, and we're using fund balance for that project since it is a one-time capital cost. But in James's presentation on the 22nd, you'll see the rate increase to cover those expenses.
And just for the public benefit, I know we've had a lot of discussion and discussion up here too, for my colleagues' benefit. On the expenditures and the revenues of the golf course, Mr. Hurst has worked with me over the past few days to get me some figures on the revenues. I emailed some questions on some things just weren't really making sense to me. So I know we are still working those out. We're still trying to dig into those. So for the people who have been very concerned about what the future of the golf course is going to look like, I'm almost daily looking into something to try to figure things out for this golf course.
And then lastly, we have parks maintenance. So again, going off our parks master plan, our primary focus is maintaining what we have and prioritizing the safety. So for parks and trails specifically, again, we're looking at asset replacements. I think, yeah, pretty much all our parks are close to 20 years old. Some of them still have the same trash cans that we had back when it was open, so they're starting to kind of not be in the best condition. So we've kind of developed a plan where we would like to try and replace these trash cans and benches and those playground sets, things like that, equipment, hopefully on a yearly basis to just try and make it safe and not have anything unsafe for the kids or anyone who's using the parks and trails. And then we're also looking for an additional vehicle as well. On our sports fields, we do have many field requests for the amount of sport fields we do not have. So what we are really trying to do is maximize those other parks other than the sport complex. So we want to we're even using Holland Park as we speak, but we do have Belterre, Seminole, Ralph Carter, and obviously the complex, but we're trying to maximize our field usage and then keep them at optimal conditions for the safety of people that use it. So we would see kind of we did increase our chemical budget a little bit. We increased our clay, we increased our sod, things like that just to keep our fields up to scratch.
So the growing demand of sport utilization, we're using fields that were typically in our parks that were available for pickup games or kids playing, but now we're programming and utilizing spaces at those facilities, so that's why it's an increase in cost.
Mm-hmm. And then here again, it's just we see the operational expenditures. So it's just some increases, as I said, in the asset replacement. That includes boardwalks, things like that, some wood for that. Sorry, I didn't know, Lauren, if you wanted to jump.
One thing that James hasn't highlighted yet, but you will hear in Mr. Mansell's slides whenever he comes up, is the facilities maintenance allocation has increased in the various departments. We reevaluated the entire program. It was being supplemented by the non-departmental account, and now we have true up all the various budgets based off square footage of who uses what. And so that is why James has quite a significant increase in several of his budgets, because he has 13 parks, 4 different facilities, and so that's an increase in cost. But you'll see it in the backup detail, even in the city council's budget or city manager's budget, because we based it off square footage, and then it was a breakdown based off staff and ancillary contracts. And Mr. Mansell will go through some of that in his next slides.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, and then just another interfund transfer was the 102, and that would be for the extra bread truck that we're requesting. Currently, this would help us maximize our efficiency and get to a goal of trying to landscape our parks once a week. Right now, we kind of share some trucks, so it's kind of everyone has to go to one. This will allow us to kind of split the group up a little bit and hit different parks at the same time, but be in different locations without, coming to pick someone up, or if we have to drop someone off to do something, we'll drop off equipment. This will help us be more efficient to get to our goal.
And we are using fund balance to purchase that truck. We're not delivering bread, even though James called it a bread truck. It's just a 4-passenger truck with a large heavy-duty bed. So we won't be Palm Coast Bread Department.
And then just lastly, just our strategic action plan. So we do have 2 that's within Parks and Recreation. So we have to implement the Parks Master Plan. Again, it kind of goes back to our maintaining what we have. So when we look at our general fund and the budget there, that's kind of just the combination of our repair and maintenance and our operations through the Parks maintenance budget. And then our CIP is that of the 10 years CIP as well. Then the second one we have is to support and advance arts, cultural, and historical initiatives. So the general fund is that grant, the two grants that we have for the Palm Coast Historical Society and Cultural Arts. And then the special events, even though it's a different budget fund, we put this in here to help support those events. Kind of like the Spring Fest, the Cultural Spring Fest that we had with the Touch a Truck, History Day, things like that, yeah. And with that, that is Parks and Recreation.
I have a question on the 516,000 for the Implement Parks Master Plan. I know we decided that we really wanted to go back and look at a lot of the different components that we have at our current parks, make sure everything is up, working. We started to get quite a few complaints about things that were kind of down at a lot of our parks. But how are we deciding what to go out and fix?
So everything is inspected once a week.
Okay.
So we do have one of our leads for Parks and Trails. He goes out, kind of inspects pretty much every playgrounds, how much mulch we got there, are the boardwalks failing, do we need shell to put on the trail? So then we kind of, once we do that inspection, it's a priority of safety. So if we do have a bridge that's down, we don't want people walking on it until we fix it, things like that. So then we kind of prioritize it through safety as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. Matt Mansell, Director of Public Works, will present the streets maintenance budget as well as the facilities internal service budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Mansell, your Public Works Director. So tonight we'll be going over the streets maintenance budget. As you can see on the slide in front of you, our why statement is delivering excellence today and improving for tomorrow. And that's really what this budget goes after, is maintaining that high level of service for our residents while looking at areas that we can improve with the resources that we have. Now this budget specifically, when we talk about the streets division within Public Works, you're talking about the four divisions on the slide. So landscaping division is about half of that crew, and then the other half is split up between the quick response team, our sign and signal operations, and our special projects team. Driving most of our requests for this next fiscal year is some of the projects that are coming online, either have come online this year or we are expecting those within the next fiscal year. I spoke about these last year during our budget presentation, and at that time we didn't request any personnel, but you can see that as these phase in, we're looking at about 15,000 man-hours of additional workload. So if we were to just take that and divide it up by the FTE requirement, really we're looking at 7 to 8 personnel that we would need to spread that workload to maintain our current level of service that we provide today. However, if you look at the next slide, we've come up with a solution that we're requesting to provide 2 maintenance workers on our staff to oversee a second inmate crew. So really that 2 personnel gets you 7 people working throughout the city of Palm Coast. And we've currently got 1 inmate crew working, and it's doing very well for us. And we're able to leverage that throughout the city. We float them around and really use them as a crew that can put out a lot of the fires for us in some of our trouble areas, while our full-time staff really sticks to our deliberate rotations. So other areas in the budget to highlight, I would point out that our estimated capital outlay for this fiscal year has increased because we leaned forward and with the city manager's encouragement, we purchased a automated sandbag filling machine that should be here within the next 2 weeks. So we'll look to highlight that operation in front of council and our residents as soon as we get that. We're very excited about that capability. And as well, we see increases in our expected number of streetlights that are going to be coming online for the next fiscal year. So we had to have an increase in the bill for that power requirement as well. With facilities management, we currently have 6 personnel overseeing the 39 properties, and I believe it's around 42 outbuildings that we currently maintain in-house. And it's a very large contract workload as well that the facility supervisor oversees to supplement those personnel and make sure that we can, ensure the longest lifespan of the facilities that we have throughout the city. So this year, we did also just complete a full facility assessment, and you'll see we have, the 39 properties, and we're up to about 274,000 square foot that those 6 personnel are responsible for maintaining. Again, we look to what standard of care we should have and what kind of manning requirement. If we look to the International Facility Management Association, for the type of facilities that we have and with the square footage calculation, they're looking for about 10 personnel to oversee that. Again, I'm not going to ask you to jump from 6 to 10 people over the next year, but we are looking to make smart growth so that we can keep pace with things. In addition, we've got some personnel that will be retiring over the next couple of years. So as we bring people on board and get them trained at a deliberate pace, and also a pace in which we can train them to take over and provide continuity during that turnover, it's very invaluable to maintaining our standard of service. So we are asking for 1 personnel or 1 full-time equivalent to add to that staff this year. So. As Ms. Johnston alluded to earlier, we are changing the way that the revenues are kind of distributed with facilities management. So there's not a large increase to our operational or our expenditures. However, how the different divisions and different departments within the city are paying for that, we're being a little more deliberate with it. It used to come kind of supplemented out of our general fund non-departmental area, and now we've taking a look at what is actual the fair share. It's coming from the different departments, and they're getting a more true-up bill. So you will see that increase throughout their budgets as well. But for facilities maintenance, it's about a 4% increase that we're looking at, even with bringing on the 1 additional trades worker. So, all right. I believe that's my budget, pending your questions.
Any questions from the council?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to let you know that maybe a week or 2 ago, there was a sidewalk in disrepair, really bad disrepair from some heat expansion.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we had a child fall around 5 p.m. I think it was a Wednesday night. I immediately asked city manager to block it off, get it repaired so that we didn't have any other children fall. Thank God he had a helmet on. Kids wear helmets on your bikes, adults too, actually. Because he was really banged up. Thank God, nothing worse. But that night, I think within maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, your department had it blocked off, and the next day it was fixed. So, excellent job. Your guys, or I shouldn't say your guys, your men and your women are wonderful, and I greatly appreciate the work you all do.
I appreciate that. That was specifically our special projects crew, and they take a lot of pride in making sure that things are safe and serviceable.
Yeah.
You have something, Council?
Yeah, just, I asked this once when we were doing some pre-briefs on this. For our facilities, how do we handle just insurance, basic insurance?
So if we have damage that is, caused by, a natural disaster or anything like that, or an accident, we do go to risk management and file those claims with them and seek it through reimbursement. Most of the time, we're making the repairs and then working with them on the reimbursement on the backside. So,
Okay, so where is the cost of insurance?
the cost of insurance is in.
So the insurance costs are allocated throughout the departments.
Yeah.
There's an allocation, so you'll see them reflected in each department's budget.
Insurance costs are going up, that's in general, but the deductibles, you can, that one way to save a little money is to handle some of the insurance claims just out of the budget, as opposed to maybe saving some money by having higher deductibles. I don't know, I asked that once before.
We did do that analysis with the previous city manager. Whenever the county was going through that, anything over $1 million we would factor into the budget. And the good news is that our property insurance actually went down this year. We renegotiated our policy, and it was going down, so that was good news.
Okay, good. I did ask that question, and it makes
Anything else from the council?
Just more commentary, echoing the vice mayor's words that, when we look at the, the numbers that say how many people you should have doing to provide that level of service, and, the numbers say that you should have more, and you guys routinely make a concerted effort to be fiscally responsible and, consider, the impacts of asking for more. I appreciate that you guys do more with less, and you do great work for our city, so thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Council.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Matt. Doug Agins, Director of IT, will present the Information Technology Operations Budget.
Good evening, Council. Doug Agins, IT Director. The IT department plays a critical role in supporting every city department by delivering secure, reliable, and innovative technology services. We maintain the infrastructure, applications, and devices that keep the city operations running effectively and securely. Our team provides everything from service desk support and GIS mapping to software development and cybersecurity. Through these efforts, we enable collaboration, data-driven decisions, and digital transformation across the organization. Go to the next. The IT department currently has 22.5 FTEs. This is a reduction of 1 FTE due to the freezing of a position. There are no new positions being requested for IT in the upcoming fiscal year. Expenses for the current fiscal year are projected to finish at or under budget. The proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year is an increase of 0.2% over the current year's budget. This budget includes reductions through the elimination of select software platforms, decreases in consulting, training, and operational expenses, in addition to the previously mentioned frozen position. One-time costs included in this budget include technology equipment needed to outfit the 2 fire stations under construction, as well as costs associated with the upgrade of the city's record management platform. This budget also accounts for ongoing software costs previously approved by council, including the annual price increases that often come with maintaining licenses and support. Lastly, just over $70,000 is allocated for a strategic analysis and long-term plan for our GIS program. This funding is contingent upon receiving the Community Planning Technical Assistance Grant from Florida Commerce, and the project will only move forward if the grant is awarded. So the IT department has a primary role in Strategic Action Plan Priority 6 to design and produce a technology improvement plan. $11,200 of this year's budget directly supports this priority. These dollars go towards software utilized in the design, development, and testing of the city's mobile app, as well as smart city technology consulting in support of technology solutions for traffic optimization. Are there any questions on IT's budget?
I just have a question since we talked about the traffic optimization earlier, and then you just mentioned it again. So how much of this would be for that, and kind of what stage are we in trying to determine, what the options are, what the timeline for that looks?
Yeah, so of the funds here, $10,000 is set aside for smart city consulting. We're looking to move forward with a pilot program through that consulting that'll help us evaluate a software platform that does analysis on traffic. So it'll give us a time period of looking at the Palm Coast Parkway corridor, about 8 intersections there. So that's coming up in the next month or so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gamber, you have
Yes,
something?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Doug, I just, on the GIS mapping system, it serves multiple purposes across the board, but what I always remember is, after I was appointed to the council, and 3 or 4 days later, we had the hurricane hit, and I remember riding in the back of a pickup truck with Lauren, and she was actually going through and saying, our crews have gone through and they've cleared this, and these are the houses that are identified. And for me, as an Army general, looking at a common operating picture, I thought it was just an incredibly powerful tool for us to immediately be able to engage and help our residents. DPW is also, we could track what they were doing on there. So, hopefully we get the additional grant funding that we need for that. But I just want to make a comment on how important I think that tool is.
Thank you, sir. Every year they are improving those maps during hurricane season, and I'm incredibly proud of the work they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Anything else from the council? Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. We will now review the non-departmental budget. So there are several components to this budget, and we will review them separately. We will start with the fiscal year 2025 estimated budget. The increase in interfund transfers from the original budget of $1 million to the proposed budget of $3.5 million is to transfer funds balanced in the amount of $1.5 million to capital projects, $1 million assigned to the maintenance operations complex, and $500,000 assigned to the saltwater canals, as well as a transfer of $1 million to the Streets Improvement Fund to support streets resurfacing. For fiscal year 2026, you will notice a decrease in operating expenditures of $1.5 million. This is what Matt was talking about. This is a reflection of removing the facilities allocations from this budget to be directly reflected in each department's budget. This allows for better alignments of cost and provides a better tool to determine total cost per function. As far as contingency, we are proposing the contingency for revenue and expenditure fluctuations, as well as value adjustment board value changes, as we have done in the past. We are still waiting for revenue estimates from the state, as well as finalizing department budgets. But as presented today, we will have $1 million available for council consideration. I will now turn it over to Helena to review the millage rate options.
So your fiscal year 2025 adopted rate was 4.1893. The rollback rate for fiscal year 2026 is 4.0035. The majority vote is 5.6629, and a 2/3 vote would be 6.2292. Your options for maximum proposed millage rate are highlighted in yellow. To maintain the same rate at 4.1893 as presented today, or the City Council requested reduction of 1/10 to 4.0893. We will need direction in order to finalize the resolution for millage to be set at your next business meeting, Tuesday, July 15th, for adoption. You are adopting the maximum millage rate. The rate can be reduced, but it cannot be increased beyond the rate you establish next week.
So, Mayor, City Council, we're looking for direction of what you would like for us to put in the resolution for next week, setting the maximum millage.
Can I make a quick comment?
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, just overall on the budget presentation, what I was looking for as we went through this is making sure that how we raise revenue for our city and how we expend those taxpayer dollars are aligned with the strategic priorities that we've all agreed to. And I think we can, at least from my perspective, I can say the answer is yes. So well done on putting this proposal together. From some previous comments that we discussed, the two things that I didn't see in the budget were entitlements for Track 17, and I think Councilman Miller and the Vice Mayor were both touched on land for the Humane Society as well. And so just something to consider. I mean, if we were to reduce the millage by, 1/10 of a mil, that's what, $1 million we would have available to potentially apply to that. And then just overall, and I think we saw it in our one-on-one meetings, but you had a slide that showed where our millage sits in comparison to the rest of the municipalities and the county. Like, for example, where does the county have their millage rate at? 7?
It's above 7, yes.
Okay. The school board, where are they at? Okay. I don't know if but I think.
That was from our July 24th presentation, and I can bring those slides at next week's presentation if you'd like. I can bring those back.
9 cents of our dollar, we get 25, if that helps.
Yeah, so
I think they're around 6, somewhere around that. It fluctuates every year by state.
I think the only government entity in the county that has less than us is Beverly Beach.
Beverly
right?
Beach, yes.
Right. So
I think they're at 1 mil.
Correct. So anyways, I point that out to say that I think we're being responsible with our millage rate, but, it's a decision point on the maximum millage rate versus, we still have some other priorities that fit in within our strategic action plan, the things that we still want to get done. So, but overall, I'm very happy with the budget that you presented, especially with the pure alignment to what we've asked you to go do. So thank you.
So what do you need from us? You just need us to
We need
set
to-
the max?
yeah.
That
Are
is
we in
correct.
consensus to go with the max at a 4.1?
I have a couple questions. So would you mind going back to the slide before this? Can you repeat again? I know you said there was, 1,000 for, I'm sorry, $1 million for the street improvement fund, the 500,000 for the canals.
That
What
is
was the other
$1
1
million.
$1 million for the maintenance operations complex.
Yeah.
And so at this point, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, if basically the decision is to reduce by that 1/10 of a mil, or decide to put money towards shelter or entitlements, is that
Yes.
pretty much it?
That
Okay.
is correct.
Okay, so my position, obviously I made my position clear during the last meeting. I would like to go down the 1/10 of a mil for a couple reasons. One, we don't know what the entitlements look like on Track 17 right now. We haven't gotten any commitment from the landowner. The price that they're asking for right now is not something I think the city wants to pay. As far as the shelter goes, I just don't think we're there yet. Plus, if we can add it to the CIP, or if we can look into an impact fee from the county, I would still rather go those routes than dedicate property tax money towards it right now, because it's just too, we just don't have a plan. It's my opinion that in the good years, and this is a good year, last year was a good year, we're bringing in money, that property tax rate should get as low as we can get it without sacrificing level of service and quality of life. If we can even chip away and tighten our belts a little bit during these good years and still present a wonderful budget, which you all have done, I will greatly commend you. Staff has done a wonderful job, city manager's done a wonderful job. All of our directors have done a wonderful job in presenting this budget. I mean, we're doing so much. To the chief's point, we have 2 new fire stations coming online. It really is pretty incredible what we've been able to do. And I think with the raising the impact fees that we've just implemented and some of the other ways that we're starting to leverage technology, I think it's only going to get better. We also have some pretty exciting commercial projects coming through here in the next few months. So I think it's going to get better, but I think that it's incumbent upon us when we don't really have a concrete plan to put this $1 million to, I say we go ahead and reduce the millage.
Can you go back to the next slide, please, Elena? So your guidance from us right now is where you want us to set the max millage for moving forward in the planning process.
That is correct, for
So
your
we wanna
resolution
stay
next
with the max
Tuesday.
of 1.89, or do we want to not pigeonhole ourselves in?
Well, my recommendation is that, based on what everybody said, is to do since we have a clear-cut idea of what that $1 million is not going to be used for, I'd say the 4.093 is what I would think is the correct way to go at this point.
Well, that can't
That's
be
a
our
ninth,
that
that's a
can't
tenth of
be
a
our
point.
max millage, though.
Yeah, that would be the max. Yeah,
It could be the max if
The
we
max.
agree on it, yeah.
that would be the max that we would say that's the max we're going. And that's what I would support as well.
Can I make a couple comments?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you completely on, fiscal responsibility, and I think the points about not having a clear path forward on the usage of those funds as of right now kind of lends itself to not setting aside that money. I would say that I would probably be more in favor of capping at 4.1893 and then having this discussion again, and we have the leeway to remove it. And that way, we know, the residents know, we're not raising the tax rate at all. That's the max it can be, which is the same tax rate as last year. And then we can move forward with reducing it if the final decision is we are not putting any money aside for animal services or, what was the other project?
Entitlements.
Entitlements, yeah. So if we can decide on that, at those meetings, then I think we'll be in a good spot to be where you're advocating for, Vice Mayor, with that 10th reduction. And, we know we're at 4.1893 at a minimum, which would be the same tax rate as last year.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'll go with, the consensus of council since we're not specifically voting on it, but, just for future, and since, you know, it's not a violation of sunshine because we're all up here, I will not vote above 4.0893. I do have a question on fund balance. What is our fund balance? What is the legal requirement? What's our policy and where are we at?
Okay, so our policy is 10 to 20%, but FGFOA recommendation, auditors, and our level of comfort is more than 25%, just because we're subject to hurricanes here, and the general fund does supplement the disaster recovery. So we were at 21.7 million at the end of September 30th. So we are proposing to use 3.5, if you go back to the appropriated fund balance. Go back to the beginning where we have, sorry, I have to go back in my notes.
To the beginning. To the beginning.
Yes, back to revenues.
Went through a lot.
Yes. So you can see there, we're proposing to use 1.5 million for 25 and another 2.1 for 26. So about 3.6 million of fund balance. So that would still put you above your 25% requirement.
Okay, so I think that's comfortable. I don't want us to keep chipping away at that, but it being over 25%, I think that's still a really safe and healthy place to be, so thank you for that.
Of course,
How
you're
much are
welcome.
they asking for the entitlements for track 17?
It's like between 3 and 4.5, right, is what, yeah, where we're negotiating at.
So do we have consensus to
Yeah.
make the max mill 4.1893?
And to be clear, Vice Mayor, as of right now, I'm voting with you on that 4.0893 or whatever it is.
I think that's where I am, but I mean,
But I want
it
to give
doesn't really
leeway.
make too much.
Well, we're at the start of this process, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and through the process, something may come up, we're like, you know what, we might need that.
That's what I'm saying. If something somehow materializes in terms of animal services or something, which I don't anticipate it would, I would not want to be in a position to where we've already capped it.
Well, it just.
As
I
unlikely
appreciate
as
the
it
fact
is,
that the
yeah.
staff was able to explain
Yes,
where the
absolutely.
1/10 of a mill would come from as of this point in time.
So do we have consensus to set the max at 4.1893?
You have mine.
Got it. You good, Helena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hold
Just
on, we got to open this.
One more little slide, if you don't mind, just looking ahead. A reminder, July 15th, next Tuesday, we'll come back. And July 22nd, this is where we will come to you with the proprietary fund operating budget. So that will be your water, wastewater utility, stormwater management, the building fund department, solid waste, and your IT fiber.
Is that it, Helena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the council? We'll open it up to public comment. Yes, ma'am?
Hello. I just want to say kudos to Chief Barry Hill with the fire department. With 2 stations opening and not asking for funds for new firefighters. he's
Ms. Duarte, I'm sorry, can you announce your name again one more time?
Huh? Oh,
Your
Jeannie
name.
Duarte.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's impressive that he's running a well-oiled machine, having saved funds in the past. He's definitely a contender for the city manager position, for sure. When he asks for something, he's taken serious, and it's well-deserved. Our first responders, they deserve respect. The men and women are our first responders. They don't deserve to be sandwiched between 2 5G cell towers. So we need to definitely take that in consideration as well for them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Carol.
Carol Stoughton. I didn't hear, unless I missed it, how much are they allocating, the girls did a great job here, for the maintaining of, from what has been told, it would cost $10 million to update our water and sewer treatment plan. How much money has been put into that, which is the first thing that should be on the agenda. This has been going on in need for over 10 years. We are way beyond the time that this should have been fixed. It has been let go on the past mayor's reign and council. Nothing is being done. And by the way, when was the last audit that was done on any revenues that come into this city? I'm not accusing anybody of anything. However, we should have an independent audit, which I've asked for so many times. When was that last done in this city? And one last thing, I hear about animal licensing fees, and what is that all about? But the priority is the water treatment and sewer plants and all the monies that have to go into taking care of 100,000 people that live in this town, and especially those that have pep tanks. That is what you should consider, because that is the most important thing that is needed in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Jeff.
Jim Blecken, C-section.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Looking over there, you always forget my name, doesn't matter.
It's okay, Jim.
Just say, hey, you.
His last name, it's on his shirt.
Yeah, I know. I'm blind though, so.
Overall, let me just hit a couple quick things. I did not see anything for infrastructure or dredging of the canals in this budget, so it's hard to really analyze an overall budget when it seems to be mainly for the personnel and maintenance. Some of the things that did stand out to me were economic development increase, but specifically the planning department got a 33% raise. Might want to look at that one, because planning department has got us a lot into the mess that we're in with the infrastructure, the sewer, the water, overdevelopment, under charging for it all. I'm not so sure they deserve 33%. Code enforcement, great job, 2.8% raise, fantastic, can't say anything bad about them. Parks and Rec maintenance went up $534,000, over 25%. Personnel was only 5%. Think we might want to look at the maintenance number there, might be a little bit high as well. The Southern Rec Center personnel went up 33%, $133,000 for one position. Aquatic Center is only going down 2%, but is closing half of the year. I see a pattern in the Parks and Recs that they're really heavy on their budget, their personnel end of it. Street maintenance, magnificent job, 4.4%. That's just basically a raise in pay for living cost. They are bringing in a new autofill sandbag machine, which I think might be something we might want to consider for the dredging material. Fill up the sandbags with dredging material. After it dries out, might be a good thing, might actually get to double dip on it, trying to get going on the dredging. And millage rate, whether it's 4.1893 or 4.0893, I think you guys are doing the best you can, considering how destitute we are on having money for our infrastructure and other things. Do I like having taxes higher? No. But in this case, when we are in an extraordinary circumstances situation here, I got to actually go with the higher rate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. First, I want to acknowledge that as the citizens are paying attention and seeing all this, we need to be aware that all of you have been substantially briefed individually and have had opportunities to speak and discuss with each of these individual departments. This is the first time most of us are seeing this, other than I see it year after year. But I had a couple of questions, and I don't really understand. I've been paying a lot to the county efforts that they're having right now. Now, the county has right now a 7.99 millage rate. It's almost twice what we have. The county has a budget, an operational budget, as I know the council member up there knows, which is marginally less than Palm Coast. So I don't understand how a county of 130 plus thousand people has twice our millage rate and is going through operational efficiency adjustments. And yet we are not looking at a single reduction in anyone's budget other than the pool, because they're only going to be open half a year. I'm looking at it simply. I'm looking at it and trying to understand that you're hoping to get $43 million in property taxes. My house is down $28,000. Most of my neighbors are as well. You're hoping to generate, and I didn't catch the actual number of permit and fees based on the new permitted and fees, yet we just heard we have a 2-year waiting of saturated homes for sale. I just recently drove through the houses up on US 1 for another reason and found no new buildings going in, multiple ready for move-in homes, because we're saturated. There's not going to be a boom this year, and you guys are projecting it. So I would hasten you to be aware that if the county is telling the sheriff to cut from 4 to 2% cost of living and find $3 million to cut out of his budget, and you give him $3 million more so that he can patrol the interstate out there, because we know the state law enforcement isn't out there anymore. Great questions to ask for the next 2 to 3 weeks when we put this together. It's not going to be golden much longer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the dais. Yeah, we will be covering, this is just general fund.
That is
so
correct.
everyone understands. We'll be doing the other departments and stuff as far as, and who asked that question? Ms. Carroll, we are investing. That's why your rates are going up. We are investing in the water treatment, wastewater treatment systems. So we're about to be in a whole lot of debt, over $500 million in debt as far as our wastewater treatment is concerned. Wastewater and water treatment. So anything else?
Thank you. That's been going on for 8 years before you.
Any other questions? Any closing comments? You got something, City Manager?
Mayor, do you want me to address some of the public comments? Ms. Carroll also asked about an audit, an external audit.
Yes, that's done. We finished that up in what, March?
In March, and it is located on our city website. And then Parks and Rec, the increases in operations were also due to the facilities allocation increases. And as promised, Mayor, City Council, we will reevaluate the SRC hours before your presentation for next week. And then the animal licensing, so if you have animals in Palm Coast, you're required to get them licensed. You do that through the Community Development Department. Right now, it's only $5, but we're looking at increasing that just to make sure we cover the costs associated. And then the big difference between the city's budget and the county's budget is the county also has the constitutional officers, which I believe, Ms. Pontieri, you told me that makes up about 40% of their budget.
Yes,
As well as they have debt service that they have to pay on, whereas we have no general fund debt service payments. So just wanted to have some clarity there. Yes, ma'am.
Every year, Ms. Carroll. City Manager, I did want to touch on, you said that COLA was 2%, and then you said 3% merit, I guess, merit-based raises, I guess. What is the percentage of our employees that are getting that 3%? Where are we at on that?
It's an average, Mayor, so it's 0 to 5%. So we reward those employees that are working really hard for us. So it's not, with the exception of the fire union contract next year, all firefighters in the CBA get a 3%, but everybody else is judged off their performance.
Yeah, and for those that were interested, the COLA, the state COLA this year that the state allowed was 2%. So we're in line with the state. What was the other thing I wanted to cover? I do agree with you a little bit, Mr. Webb, as far as in the future, because I think we're about to hit some lean times. And cutting back the millage, it provides relief to most homeowners, you know, everyone in our community. But it does put us at risk, you know, because things are going to change. And I don't see the housing market, you know, we're not going to have, like you said it, Mr. Webb, we're not going to have a boom. There's a lot of rollbacks that are happening. A lot less construction. A lot of people are complaining about losing home value. So we got to contend with that also. Anything else from the council?
Just really quickly, I also want to mention, this budget also includes the improvement to the firefighters' pension that we voted on. That's, well, last council voted on, but it goes in this fiscal year, which is really huge. And then it also will include the increase in the sheriff's deputies. So, I mean, this budget is a very, very good budget. You guys did a bang-up job this year. Thank you.
We pay a lot of our money goes towards
Public safety.
Public service, exactly. Fire rescue, sheriff's department, and it's because we're growing. We're growing at a faster clip than we should, but we have to be able to support the community and do what's right as far as keeping our residents safe and secure. Does someone else have something on here? No?
I did, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
just
go
real
ahead,
quick.
Mr.
Yeah, to the point, City Manager, what's our percentage based on this budget now for public safety?
The only number I know off the top of my head is that it's a 17% increase from last year in public safety this year.
I think it moves somewhere from the mid-40s to the upper 40s in terms of a percentage of our overall general fund. So we're investing more in public safety, and it's becoming a larger part of our budget every year.
And we have that cool tool on our website that you can search your property and see how much where your tax dollars are going. So
That's through the county?
no, the county has one and we have
a
one,
separate
so
one.
you can
Okay.
compare both. So you can see.
So of your bill,
can
what
access
percent
that.
goes to what department, basically? So you can
Yes.
see how much goes to fire, how much goes to police, all those things. So it's a pretty great tool to kind of get a snapshot of where your specific money goes to. So that's a great tool. The suggestion about dredge material, we have some money allocated, but it's not a lot. It's nowhere near what we looked at in terms of proposals.
For design.
But using the dredge material, reusing it is a great suggestion. We do have the shaker boxes that remove other materials out from the sand and basically creates just sand, removes all those excess materials. So combined with that, we could potentially create a lot of sand that can be used for other projects as well as sandbags and things like that. So that's a good suggestion.
I just want to see the new machine.
Yeah,
I
I filled plenty of sandbags in my time in the military.
Yeah,
so.
I want to see.
I wish I had one.
Right.
The Army did the replenishment at the beach. They had essentially a giant shaker because there are bottles and
Yeah.
things like that in there, and they had to clear all that stuff out. And that was pretty impressive machine.
Yeah, the shaker deck specifically, I watch Gold Rush, and it's
You gotta
like
be
similar
careful.
to the machines that gold mined.
The same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, what is that system? Is it electric, hydraulic? What is it as far as the sandbag filling machine? It's electric, so we don't have to deal with hydraulics.
Generator.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah,
And then-
hydraulics, you get into some money for repairs, so.
Finally, Mr. Webb, I agree in terms of the future, and that's been acknowledged. I think because everything's kind of in arrears in the state of Florida, I think what we'll see is in the next year's valuations, we'll start to see what you were talking about, what your current house is going down in value because of the current marketplace. We'll probably see that, and we'll have to deal with that in next year's budget because of those reasons. So we need to be prepared for those because there is likely to be at least one lean year coming that we'll have to deal with.
Anything else from the council? Elena?
Thank you.
Ms. Ragsdale. I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, come up here, Miss Lynn Stevens. It's time for you to go to work. We're going to move it on to E3, City Manager?
Yes, sir, thank you. Mayor, City Council, if you recall from your direction several meetings ago regarding stormwater, what we could do with some extra capital projects money for a loan, and then we had several residents inquire about various ways to look at maintenance for our open swale system. And Ms. Pontieri, if you recall, we try and give you an annual stormwater update before the budget comes, just monitoring our progress of what we've done. So we've compiled all of that information into this presentation that Ms. Stevens is going to go through with Carl's help and support for capital projects. So we hope that this will answer a lot of the residents' questions on our swale system, the various designs, and then give City Council some options for those capital project costs. Lynn?
Lynn, let me ask this question up front. How prepared are we for the storms that are coming? How comfortable do you feel right now? Strong, moderate?
I feel more comfortable this year than last year.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. As City Manager said, Carl and I are here to give you an update as to what we've been doing in the Stormwater Department. As you know, our Stormwater Engineering Department manages rehab and expansion of our infrastructure systems, as well as daily operations of the stormwater system. And we're going to be covering the stormwater system only this evening. Much of our original infrastructure was installed during the initial development of Palm Coast that began in the 1970s. We focus on keeping the operation of the infrastructure systems functioning by assessing and rehabilitating the aging infrastructure, but also completing projects to address our current and future growth needs. So we wanted to provide you just a refresh, an overview of just how massive our stormwater system is. We do have over 1,200 miles of swales, 58 miles of freshwater canals, as well as 14 control structures for those canals. We have over 177 miles of ditches, freshwater lakes, as well as over 3,300 pipe locations and over 1,700 catch basins in our stormwater system. Again, just to reiterate that our system operates like an inverted pyramid. We pivot on our 58 miles of canals. They are our most important feature of our stormwater system. A failure of these canals affects our entire stormwater system. Ditches flow into the canals. Those are our next most important feature. And then the swales flow into the ditches. And just a reminder that the roads are designed to convey stormwater so that homes do not flood. Talk a little bit about the open swale system. It's important for residents to understand what an open swale is and how it functions. While the swale is located in the city's right-of-way, it is the responsibility of the property owner to maintain the property all the way to the edge of pavement as outlined in our Municipal Code 24-159. Culvert pipes are part of the driveway and the responsibility of the property owner to maintain, just as it is their responsibility to maintain the concrete portion of the driveway. Many culverts are currently experiencing severe corrosion due to age. You have metal pipes out there that have been out there for well over 20 years. Anytime you have metal in an atmosphere, it is going to corrode. Many of the culverts in our city were installed prior to 2020. They're made of galvanized steel. We have changed the requirement for materials of construction for culvert pipes, and we require them to be aluminized steel instead of just galvanized steel, which gives them a little more protection. Many of the culvert pipes in our city have reached their life expectancy, and many need to be replaced.
I have a question on that. When an infill lot is built, or property is built on an infill lot, who puts in the culvert pipe?
The builder.
The builder does.
The builder installs a culvert pipe as part of the construction of the driveway to the property.
Got it. Thank you.
As we have said before, swales are meant to retain water and allow it to percolate back into our groundwater system. Many areas of our city have swales that retain water year-round. This is due to the type of soil and the normal groundwater table in that particular area. Topography also plays a role. While it may not look like it, we do have some significant elevation differences throughout our city. Some roads can be up to 1 to 2 feet higher or lower than the next street over. In addition, when the canals were built, the developer used that dirt as fill on many of the lots. Some of the soil was very mucky and doesn't necessarily allow for water to flow through it easily. One of the City Council's strategic action plan objectives was to address stormwater maintenance and performance with a focus on the swales. Staff approached this objective by reaching out to other municipalities that operate open swale stormwater systems and just to find out what they do to maintain their systems. We found 4 cities in Florida that were comparable to Palm Coast and sent them a survey to ask about their swale maintenance. The survey included questions like how many miles of swales in their system, specifics of how they maintain their swales, how they maintain culverts under the driveways, and how long after a rain event residents can submit swale concerns. 3 of the 4 responded to our questionnaire. None of the 3 respondents said that they cleaned culvert pipes and that they leave that to the homeowners, and if they're not maintained, they turn it over to code enforcement. Cape Coral maintains their swales by regrading and resodding, very much like Palm Coast. They regrade approximately 13 miles per year of their over 3,000 miles of swales. And they are based on resident complaints. Most of their swales are very, very shallow, and they are very sandy soil conditions and the lower finished grade elevations.
I'm sorry, you said 13 of 3,000
Yes, sir.
per year? Okay.
13 miles of over 3,000 miles of swales that they regrade. Most of their residential properties are less than 8 feet above sea level. And I can tell you that from personal experience. I lived there for many years. Staff chose to visit Port St. Lucie and Palm Bay to gather more information because they use different methods of swale maintenance than we do, and we're going to discuss those in the upcoming slides. So we first visited Port St. Lucie. Their community was also developed by ITT and very similar to Palm Coast. Their population is much larger than ours, but they do have about 1,200 miles of open swales. They started using a perforated liner 35 years ago in their city. The city leaders stopped using them in 2023, but then reinitiated the use of these perforated liners about 15 months later. They stopped due to the cost, not only the cost of installation, but the cost of maintenance. And they also stopped due to the impact on water quality. It had a negative impact on water quality because it didn't allow as much of the water to percolate into the ground or allow the swales to clean the water before ultimate discharge. They reinitiated the program due to customer demand. So currently, they do not regrade their swales at all. They do have approximately 920 of their 1,200 miles of swales, or 77%, that have these liners installed. So when we went to Port St. Lucie, the city purchases 12-inch diameter HDPE, which is high-density polyethylene pipe, that has drain holes in them. And the city staff cut that pipe into 4 sections. And I kind of gave you a little arrow here to kind of show where that perforated pipe is on the ground. They also cut half-inch PVC pipe into 12-inch sections, and they angle one end, and then they put a cap on the other end. And it is these PVC pipes that they use to hold the liners in the ground. So this shows you the diagram of how they install the liners and what the liners actually look like. And if you look at their detail A, you can actually see the PVC pipes sticking in the ground that just line the very bottom of their swales. The liner in Port St. Lucie is installed by the contractors if a new home is being built, and city staff install them if they don't have a liner for the very first time. The cost to install the liner is $47 a linear foot. Typical Palm Coast lot, that's 80 foot wide, so the cost would be about $3,760 per home for initial installation. When we were in the city, we went through and we took a look at some of the installations that they had. So this is a photo of an existing swale in the neighborhood that we stopped to look at on the left. There's standing water in the liner at the time of our visit, and the ground surrounding the lined swale was very wet and squishy. So when we walked through there, our feet actually got wet because it was very, very wet and squishy. Staff surmised that this style would pose a safety hazard in our deeper, less tapered swale system. The center of these particular liners had algae growing, which could be a concern for slip and fall for our residents. Furthermore, there was a concern about the issues when mowing, either tearing up the liner or the PVC pipe studs, or the residents twisting an ankle or slipping in the liner itself. We were concerned about the safety hazards with our residents.
Do we know how long it takes water to percolate in these systems?
In these systems with the liner, I do not know the number, but I do know that they do not percolate as quickly as an open, just grass swale system.
Just based on physics, you wouldn't think it would because you've got limited space of water getting through the liner, but I wasn't sure if you guys asked.
They did not have that information for us. But I did want to note on that particular slide, notice that the swale on the right, how shallow that is. Ours are much deeper than their swales. So Port St. Lucie also performs maintenance using an outside contractor to edge and clean the liner. The cost is approximately 10 cents a linear foot for cleaning. Port St. Lucie cleans those liners 6 times a year at a cost of over $3 million a year. An average 80-foot lot in Palm Coast would cost about $8 a cleaning or $48 for 6 times a year. For system-wide cleaning, if we were to retrofit 1,200 miles of swales, that would be an estimated cost of over $633,000 per cleaning, and if we did it 6 times a year like Port St. Lucie, it would be about $3.8 million a year for the 6 cleanings. Repairs are also an issue. We talked to Port St. Lucie about repairs. Cars park and drive on it. They have the same situation where cars park in swales, drive into the swales, and damage and break these liners. Other breakages occur due to contractors working on the property, such as pool installations, shed deliveries, and other deliveries to residential homes. The cost to repair the liner is the same as a new installation at $47 a linear foot. Port St. Lucie is the only community installing these types of liners. The city of Sebastian looked into this liner system, and they did try them, but they stopped due to the cost. We then visited the city of Palm Bay. They also have an open swale system very comparable to ours. They do not regrade their swales. They use a trencher mounted on a tractor. They do not clean up the generated debris, and no sod is replaced when they go through and do this work. The city of Palm Coast apparently used something similar to this very many years ago, but chose not to replace the equipment when it was retired due to cost. There was also some other issues of shallow buried communication cables that posed a problem with residents. I understand the transfer, again, also created issues with communication cables in that right-of-way. So the city of Palm Bay, again, has over 1,100 miles of open swales. They do not clean their driveway culverts. They do not accept swale complaints for 5 days after a large rain event. They do not regrade their swales, and they do not sod the bottom of the swale when they trench it. So Palm Bay will only trench dry swales. They don't touch wet swales, and during our pilot using a trencher, we discovered exactly why, and we'll show you those photos in a few minutes. They do have a trenching schedule. They use 4 3-person crews, but they're requesting a 5th crew in their upcoming budget. So they would like to have 5 crews out there doing their trenching. They do not check the swale elevations for proper depth or slope. They simply go by the culvert elevations. And here you can see their device being used in their city.
Did you, when you mentioned, I'm sorry, swales, and I'm sure it's in this first slide as well, but we have about 1,200 miles, right? So,
That's correct.
So this amount of miles is very comparable to ours. from
Yes,
Palm Bay.
both of these cities were very comparable to our system.
Thank you.
So the city of Palm Bay, again, the trencher just clears the very bottom of the swale. It just provides a small little avenue for water to move. The crews do not clean up the debris. I'd like to point that out. In Palm Bay, the crews do not clean up the debris. And what we found is some of these trenchers can send this debris well into their front yards. Also, I wanted to point out in that upper right corner, there's a resident there that is cleaning up the debris left behind by the trencher. No sod is replaced once they go through and they do this trenching, so they leave it just bare dirt. Again, there's a 5-day waiting period after a rain event before a resident can put in a work order for issues with their swale. Again, they don't trench the wet swales, and they don't trench in front of a new home site for 6 months after construction. In addition, the city, again, does not clean culvert pipes. They notify the residents and code enforcement of any issues. They trench approximately 50% of their swales per year, or about 600 miles of their open swales per year.
Lynn, did you happen to ask them how much they charge them as a penalty?
No, I did not. I'm sorry. I could reach out to them and find that information.
Thank you.
Do we know, I mean, that seems like a lot to be able to trench 600 miles a year. Do we know how many crews, how many pieces of equipment?
They have 4 crews.
Okay.
They're 3-person crews, 1 trencher per crew. And they're asking for a 5th crew in the upcoming budget.
Do we know how much these pieces of equipment cost?
Yes, I will get to that a little further in the presentation. So, staff decided to pilot this in our city. So we went out and we rented one. We found a trencher that we could rent. And we rented the tractor with the ditcher attachment for a 1-month pilot. We worked on swales in front of vacant lots, swales that were along roadways that didn't affront persons' homes, and in some areas in residents' front yards. The machine worked fairly well on the dry swales, which is why Palm Bay's program only trenches dry swales. Many of the swales in Palm Coast are always wet and will pose a problem if we try to use the trencher. Some of we also consulted with Public Works to discuss how the method would impact their right-of-way mowing and their neighborhood mowing on vacant lots. And they indicated that this would pose an issue for most areas where they mow in the right-of-way unless we had crews that went through and cleaned up the area prior to leaving. So we did go through, did some areas in our city. This, I believe, was on Point Pleasant. We did some vacant lots through there. The other issue we encountered was how far the machine spread the debris we removed. There was no way to control that. We didn't think that it would be an acceptable way to leave our residents' homes. At this address, staff spent hours cleaning up after the trencher. You can see this was a wet swale. You can see how far it pushed the debris up into the yard. The estimated cost of the equipment is $350,000. It would require a dedicated vac truck and crew to clean up after the equipment because we did not believe that our residents would accept us leaving that debris behind for them to clean up. At the end of the pilot, it was decided that the return on investment for the equipment, since it could only be used on dry swales, was not in the best interest of the city. In addition, staff could not control the elevation variances for the entire swale run, which could result in low or high spots, which also could result in the swales holding more water at the end of the work.
So I was actually curious about that. So let's say we had a large run and part of it was wet, so you could not trench. What would you do in that scenario?
Then we would have to go through and use the grade all.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to grade to the same angle and depth as the trencher?
So the grade all is much wider. The grade all does about an 8-foot wide section, whereas the trencher does about an 18-inch wide section.
Goes deeper.
So it goes wider, it goes deeper, it tapers the swale much better, but it also requires sod.
So it doesn't sound like if we were to trench part and grade all part, that it doesn't work seamlessly.
Well, it might, and that rolls into our next part of the presentation. So we looked at some alternatives to the tractor-mounted trencher, and we found that there is a walk-behind trencher. So we rented a walk-behind trencher. And after a trial and error period, it was discovered that where St. Augustine grass is present, a stick edger was also needed to cut the grass. So what we were finding is that it was really creating more problems in the neighborhoods than it was resolving where they had that St. Augustine grass. But with the stick edger, we could cut the grass, which gave us a nice cleaner trench that we could clear through there. The trencher is very useful in tapering the swale from the culvert. So a lot of times our problem is right at the culvert pipe. We have those big humps. When we go through and we clean a culvert pipe, it leaves the dips. And so we found that the trencher works very, very well to taper that out for the rest of the swale. It's also very useful in high spots of the swale, especially where two properties meet. We find that those are also high spots. And if you recall, last year we started doing some spot regrading. So the trencher seems to lend itself very well to spot regrading. However, it's not beneficial on a full swale run because staff, again, can't control the depth of the entire swale run since a trencher floats on the top surface of the ground. So if the ground is uneven, the finished swale too would be uneven. And also the overall time it would take to do an entire swale run versus using the grade all in those particular situations. So we found that the method significantly improved the overall swale run. So by taking out some of those high spots using the trencher, we can do it faster than the grade all, than mobilizing the grade all in a full crew. In addition, since it's such a small width, no sod would be installed at the bottom of the swale where we're doing the trenching. The style of swale maintenance cannot replace the current method of using the grade all for full run regrading, but it would be useful to supplement the program and enable us to cover more ground. It is especially beneficial in tight workspaces where the heavy equipment has difficulty working, such as cul-de-sacs, or where driveways are very close together, or we have telephone poles. We have quite a few areas where we have to hand dig it because the grade all just cannot get into some of those tight areas. So we worked with staff and we came up with the pros and cons at the end of the pilot study. So we have used it for 2 months, and we believe the walk-behind trencher was the most effective for our needs and would definitely benefit and help us cover more swale work in our city. We evaluated the pros and cons of each using the walk-behind trencher. So we found that the walk-behind trencher's cost is about $17,000 each, as opposed to $350,000 for the tractor.
What? Thing was like a tiller. $17,000?
Yes, sir.
I thought it was a tiller.
That's have you looked at the cost of lawnmowers outside of Home Depot?
Yeah.
It's gotten crazy.
So again, some of the pros are that it's good for the high spots between culverts and for tapering those culverts when we go through and clean them. It's good for vacant lots, so we can make significant impact on where there's vacant lots that have overgrowth and is impacting our swale runs. Small amount of trenching can improve an entire swale run. The work is it works very well in those restricted access areas, especially busy roads. We're on a lot of busy roads where maintenance of traffic and safety of our staff is a concern. It also reduces the cost of sod, since where we use the trencher, we would not be sodding those areas. Of course, some of the bad side of it is that we can't use it in wet swales. It is not very effective in a wet swale, where there's standing water in a wet swale. We cannot control the elevation, so it's not good for a full run. We will need a vac truck crew to assist them, so we would go through and clean the culverts at the same time that we're tapering those culvert areas and taking out the high spots. So at the end, this is a comparison of the last 3 years of the linear feet of swale improvements that we have done. You can see that in May and June, those numbers went way up. That is a direct result of the walk-behind trencher that we have rented for 2 months. The month of April is when we used the tractor-mounted trencher and did not do very well for us. So we believe that at the end of the pilot, the walk-behind trencher is going to significantly improve more miles of swales in our system. So we will be, at the end of the presentation, recommending purchasing 2 of those walk-behind units. And we plan to utilize our hybrid crew, which was the ditch crew that was added as part of the rate study. And we reallocated them to work in both the swales and the ditches. And we have now redirected that crew to work with these pilots and the trenchers.
So these are the ones that have been actively using it already?
Yes.
Okay, so no learning curve, so to speak, because they've been using it for a couple months now?
That's correct.
Good.
And actually, staff is very excited about utilizing these longer term. So we did meet with our staff that have been running these units, and they speak very highly of the utilization of them.
And what about the feedback from the residents where you use that walk-behind trencher?
We have not had any, I would say, very minimal negative feedback. And most of that is just asking us, are we going to put sod back? Or are we doing the rest of the run in front of their house? And once we explain to them what we're doing, to give them that relief of that swale, they are very, very happy with it.
Are we still doing the spot grading as well?
Yes.
Okay, is that now going to be a permanent practice?
Yes.
Okay.
So staff also investigated contracting. We've talked about that numerous times here at the dais, about contracting some of this work out to increase the quantity of work that we're currently performing. So we solicited quotes for ditch mowing at 2 different times, and only 1 quote was received. When we asked some of the vendors about the project, the vendors stated they have issues getting and keeping their own staff for the work they currently have, and were not interested in this type of handwork. So many of our ditches require manual work with weed eaters to maintain and cannot be accessed by equipment. Most are wet as well, which inhibits the use of the equipment. These are ditches that are along the roadways, between homes, and this is also where we're using the inmate crews. For large ditches or ditches that require demucking or reshaping or major vegetation removal, we have our specialized equipment such as our Menzie or our pontoon excavator, and you'll see those working throughout our community. Staff also solicited quotes for culvert cleaning back in 2024 when council asked us to research that. There are approximately 36,000 driveway culverts within the city of Palm Coast, and we advertised a request for quote to clean culverts for approximately 5,500 culverts in one section of the city. Those quotes came in and ranged anywhere from $100 to $600 per culvert cleaning. That cost does not include the required staff time to monitor, oversee, and inspect the contractor work. Staff estimates that in-house culvert crews perform culvert cleaning for approximately $94 per culvert. And during last year's budget cycle, City Council authorized staff to purchase a second culvert vacuum truck and add the crew to operate it in lieu of contracting the service. So culverts are cleaned when the swale flow path is blocked and during swale regrading. Again, culverts are part of the resident's driveway, and by ordinance, theirs to maintain. Staff developed a scope of work and solicited quotes on GovSpend for swale regrading. We did this twice. The solicitation was sent to over 600 companies on file with the city. 2 quotes were received. The bids do not include sod, and they do not include culvert cleaning, both of which are performed by city staff when we regrade swales. The city's cost for sod is approximately $10 a linear foot. Staff reviewed the current FY25 budget and extracted the cost of swale maintenance. It's estimated that the cost for staff to regrade swales without the cost of sod and without culvert cleaning, so could be comparable to what the contractor quotes were. It came to approximately $7.65 per linear foot. So the contractor quote came in at $7.85 per linear foot on the low bid. So we have issued a purchase order for the swale regrading company to come in at $7.85 a linear foot to evaluate future use of contract services. So that is our next step of evaluation for swale maintenance. The contractor is going to be focusing in the B section. That's one of our larger sections of the city. And they're going to begin work by the end of July. And once that work is completed, we'll be able to compare their final work product to our work product and provide council that evaluation.
Is that the old B section, or?
That is the B up in Indian Trails.
Okay.
Because that was going to be our next section that we were going into work. We have a lot of back work orders in that area that we have not been able to get to. And there are some areas that do back up in the roadways, so that's our area. So this is an overview of some of the pros and cons of the swale options that we looked at. The lining, some might say they look pretty, but they only look pretty when they're clean, and they tend to gum up very quickly. So that was the most costly, and we did have some safety concerns of using those liners. And also the time it would take to retrofit 1,200 miles of swales. Again, it took City of Port St. Lucie 35 years to get to 920 miles. Trenching, we felt that more areas could be impacted, especially using those small trenchers. That saves a lot of money on sod. The only disadvantage to that is that it's only useful in dry swales, and it is not a replacement for full regrading of our swale system. Contracting, of course, one of the pros is that we would get more work completed. The disadvantage, of course, is the cost, and it may take more time. We need to evaluate how long it takes them to do 100 homes versus how long it takes us to do 100 homes. So while the cost is pretty comparable, we need to look at the timing it takes for them to do it versus us, because they're coming in with little mini excavators. They're not using Gradalls. We also provided the contractor a place to dispose of the debris where we currently dispose of the debris, so that's not an expense to them either. Staff also evaluated some other options for maintaining swales. As you recall, we did initiate spot regrading last year, which increased the amount of our work performed. It did benefit us. We also evaluated French drains. Sometime in the past, Public Works installed some French drains along some of the roadways in the F section, specifically Fallwood, Fallon, Fallen Oak, those areas. However, when they were installed, the 8-inch drain pipe was left open-ended at the culvert pipe, and the drain pipe quickly filled with dirt and blocked all water flow. Earlier this year, staff had to remove some sections of that drain pipe because it wasn't working, and we had to reestablish the open swale system. At approximately 2021-ish, staff installed a French drain pipe along a section of roadway that did not have any culverts or driveway access. That pipe was connected directly to a catch basin to dispose of the water. That pipe appears to be working very well. but again, it's only in an area where there were no driveways, so that, so it wouldn't benefit all residents in the city. It would only benefit those areas where there are no driveway accesses. We also looked at concrete. We couldn't find much information on the poly resin, but I wanted to talk to Mr., I think it's
Blacken.
Thank you, Mr. Bletchen, to get more information. We did do some internet research. We couldn't find much on there. But we did research concrete for these types of applications. After discussions with our staff and our city engineers and looking at some personal experiences with concrete sidewalks and other concrete structures throughout the city, it was determined that concrete would not be a good alternative in the swale bottoms because the concrete would be damaged or fail due to shifting soils, tree roots, cars parking in the swales. Also, we would lose the benefit of allowing the water to percolate back into the ground. In addition to the increased repair work, the damaged concrete would also pose a safety hazard if it shifted, cracked, very similar to sidewalks that shift and move. We had a similar situation where we had a ditch in the F section a few years ago that had a concrete bottom, and that concrete was removed and the ditch was piped in around 2020. We also tried overgrading a couple of the swales to remove some of the mucky soil and replace it with a more sandy soil. We determined that this method also didn't give us the best bang for our buck because the natural groundwater table in the area that we were working in was more of an issue than the soils. In addition, we found that the sand washed away quickly into the downstream conveyance system. So that posed us a different problem. But again, we're looking at different alternatives to try and make our swales operate better throughout our entire city. We also evaluated the criteria for swale maintenance. And we looked at when does a swale need to be addressed. And we determined that if a swale has a buildup of more than 4 inches, then the swale needs to either be spot regraded, trenched, or receive a full regrade. And we go out and we shoot the elevations on the swales to make that determination. Before, what we were doing is we were going out regrading, and a lot of times after we got done regrading and putting sod in, you couldn't tell that we were even there and did the work. So we looked at that. We've also modified our level of service, not only to say that if the swale is built up more than 4 inches, then we'll address it, but also we're looking at no swale complaints for 5 days after a major rain event. Because again, swales are designed to hold water, and we want that water to have the opportunity to percolate into the ground. Some other noteworthy accomplishments by our department include improving our case management. Key performance indicators were to respond to the residents of Palm Coast Connect cases within 3 business days. And I'm happy to report that we have been able to accomplish that. A response does not necessarily mean that the work is completed or the case is closed, but informs the resident that we've received the case and provide them the information on the next steps. Again, our hybrid crew was created in January of this year. This was originally designated as a second ditch crew in the recent rate study, but with council's concurrence, we've redirected them to do some of the swale work when they intersect with the ditches. And currently, the crew has been performing the swale pilot programs like the trenching pilot work. As approved by City Council last year and approved in the current budget, a second culvert crew was added in October 2024. There are currently approximately 36,000 driveway culverts in our city. The culverts are cleaned and inspected again during routine swale regrading or when a complaint comes in of a blocked culvert. Historically, city crews cleaned an average of 3,200 culverts per year using the one crew. As of July 3rd, staff has already cleaned almost 3,900 culverts in our city. In addition of the new, we also added the new freshwater canal crew this year. That was a major accomplishment. This is the first time the city's had a freshwater canal crew. The crew was recommended and approved as part of the recent race study. The 5-person crew has been inspecting freshwater canals, repairing some of the access points. They are now responsible for mowing and maintaining the weir sites, monitoring, repairing, and maintaining the weirs, as well as removing trees, sandbars, and other obstructions in the canals. This was especially beneficial during Hurricane Milton, where a lot of trees fell in our canals or on the banks of the canals. They have even removed a dock that broke loose during the storm. Other work has included clearing major outfall areas like the canal or ditch that discharges from the Woodlands all the way to St. Joe's. The ditch crew has also made a lot of headway this year. They're instrumental during Hurricane Milton to remove a lot of debris in the ditches and canals to make sure those waterways are operating. They clean ditches that have never been touched before, like in Corona Canal, which impacts the S section. There's actually a section of the canal that discharges east of 95 along Old Kings Road on the south end. So they went through with the pontoon excavator and were able to clean that section of canal as well. With approximately 3,386 pipe locations throughout the city, the pipe crew has also been very busy this year. They replace pipes that convey stormwater under the roadways. Most of the pipes were installed in the 70s and 80s and have surpassed their useful life. Our GIS map provides us information on the sizes, material of construction, and installation dates. Some of that information is still being gathered by our crews. Crews inspect the pipes, but have performed more emergency replacements than planned replacements over the past few years, as you can see by this graph. The red lines indicate ones that were the emergency pipe replacements. Blue is the planned replacements or the proactive replacements that we've done. The green section you see there are still the ones that we have planned yet, and we hope to complete this year.
How are we choosing which ones to replace?
So we have an inspection services, and we're going to talk about that a little bit in the future, because we'd like to purchase our own camera system so that we can do our own pipe inspections. There's quite a delay when we have a collapse of a road, or like the gentleman had said on Pine Lakes, there's some divots in the roads. So in order for us to inspect that, we have to hire a company to come in and take a look at that, or we have to redirect some of the utility staff and ask them to come in and put their camera in the system to inspect the pipe. So by having our own, we'll be able to do that much quicker and be able to respond much faster.
Do we have a continuing services contract with
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Do we have a continuing services contract with somebody now?
Yes, I think a couple companies.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's part of the pipelining groups.
Gotcha.
So they'll come in and do some of that inspection for us. But again, there's a delay there. So emergency replacements are where the pipe has failed completely. They leave a hole either in the roadway or in the easement between homes. We've had that in a couple of locations. This increase in emergency replacements, again, is due to the age of the pipes. Lining pipes is also a proactive way to preserve the system, and we'll talk more about pipelining when we talk about our capital improvement slides. I want to point out that in 2024, crews replaced over 4,300 linear feet of pipe in 33 locations throughout the city. And so far this fiscal year, they have installed over 4,968 linear feet of pipe at over 35 locations. And we have 28 more locations that are planned for replacement.
Can I interject? And I want to go back to the freshwater canals. So we just had a presentation on the saltwater canals and kind of what the level of service was when they were created in terms of depth and things like that. Have we evaluated what those existed at originally and where we are now? I see the services that we're working on are removing debris and high spots and things like that, but obviously that's not the same thing as, you know, if it was 12 feet deep and now it's 8 feet deep, you know, that's capacity, right, for the stormwater runoff. So I'm just wondering if we've evaluated that and we know where we stand in terms of the original build of those canals.
We haven't evaluated all the canals. We know of some, I'd say we targeted some areas where we had problem areas. The first freshwater canal system we dredged was in the east section, so we had a lot of, even with lowering the weir and the staging of the canals, we knew there was an issue with the canal system. So we did analyze that one. That one was dredged. I believe we used an SRF loan to dredge the bulk of the canal system in the east section. I don't remember how much we took out and what the difference was. I'd have to, that was a few years back now. And we do have a project now that is about to start this month, I think we cover in a future slide, where we're dredging the canal Pine Grove west of Belterre for a section. So we did have that whole canal system analyzed and they determined that the whole thing didn't need to be dredged, only a portion of it. So that was another area where the W section drains over under Whiteview and into this canal. And that was another problem area where we had dredging needs.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we're considering that as well, not just, you know, obviously there's a hierarchy of needs, so to speak, and, you know, the easy big bang for your buck stuff is the stuff we should do first, but eventually we need to get to the point to where we're kind of returning it to the original level of service across the board so that we have as much capacity as possible during these events.
Right, and sometimes going deeper necessarily doesn't always help with capacity because there's so much water already staged up in them. It does definitely help with water quality as well, for sure. But we did, and weed growth and maintenance and those things, there's definite benefit other than just capacity for dredging the freshwater canals.
Are we still using carp?
Yes.
Yes.
Hate the carp. Sorry.
It's a problem across all
I hate
Florida
carp.
waterways, though. There was a lot of invasive species that came in that carp was the only solution for.
Yes, we did put carp in this year. So every year we have in our budget a certain amount of money to release carp into certain canals to help eat some of the vegetation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Carl to talk about our capital projects.
Okay, so most of these projects council has seen, but I just wanted to run through them and give council an update and citizens, awareness of what's coming or what's underway right now. So the first project is on Colbert Lane. It's our drainage improvement project. This is a major discharge corridor for stormwater to release water from Grant Swamp. Upsizing the culverts under Colbert Lane will significantly benefit the stormwater system. One of the major benefits of the project is to provide better flood protection to residential areas, specifically the woodlands, where Grant Swamp, days after the storm starts, the water stages up and starts flooding those roadways. So that's because the water can't get out through this discharge point. We looked at 3 locations. The primary benefit one was upsizing this location at Ditch 10 on Colbert Lane. Construction, we've awarded a contract. We're working through shop drawings and going through the process of getting materials and getting everything lined up to begin work. So people won't see work occurring till late summer or early fall, and our goal is to be done, no later than the spring of 2027. It won't really impact residents. The roadway is going to be shifted, so there won't be any lane reductions. The road will just shift so they can work on one part of the road, then they'll shift them back and then finish the rest of the culvert pipe. So we have some additional projects in the K section. It's this one's a little different for Palm Coast. We have a network of borrow pits. They're called lakes throughout the K section. They're all interconnected with canals, and they eventually discharge us to Black Branch Swamp. So normal groundwater and associated lake levels are high in relationship to the streets. And this area is known to experience chronic street flooding, particularly in the cul-de-sac areas. So modeling, this area, we took a deeper dive and analyzed this and identified that 4 of the culvert road crossings were undersized. And those are located on Kalamazoo, Kansas Path, and 2 locations on Kankakee. Construction bids have been received and the contract was awarded, and we're working through getting everything lined up for them to begin construction this fall with completion in the spring. Another project recently approved was for design services in the Double L section near Citation Boulevard. This area has experienced repetitive street flooding. A feasibility study has been approved to provide required modeling information so we can then permit changes in the drainage patterns and lower peak stages. You know, once we're able to use this data and obtain those permits, our intent is to construct these improvements with in-house stormwater staff. So this map kind of shows the location. The one on the left in the purple is the K section drainage improvements. And then in the middle towards the top on the right is the Double L feasibility study off of Citation. So Pine Grove dredging is the freshwater canal project. That's the current one that's underway. Construction of that dredging is going to begin this month, and completion will be in the winter of 2026. We also have a project to analyze, investigate options to reduce peak stages in the Bel Air Waterway, which is south of Palm Coast Parkway. It's the Lehigh Basin Canal. Our intent is to improve conveyance across B1, B2, and B3, which go under 95 over to Old Kings Road. So in order to evaluate the conceptual improvements to reduce peak stages, the city's existing ICPR, our stormwater modeling data and software, will be used to examine alternatives to reduce these peak stages without causing significant downstream impacts. So the study began last May, and it's expected to be completed by the end of this calendar year. So this map shows the physical locations of the B1, B2, and B3, and the Pine Grove dredging with weir improvements, as well as the Colbert Lane project that we talked about earlier on. So pipelining, it's a critical component of our aging stormwater infrastructure. Obviously, we can line pipes without having to detour traffic and dig up roads and deal with utilities, especially on our major arterial roadways. It is a definite way to go. We continue to assess all our major pipe crossings using specialized consultants. They usually have divers in these larger ones that go underwater and dive through these pipes and provide reports to us. It's an ongoing process. We still have more pipes to inspect and investigate. These projects are costly, and we aim to line pipes prior to the need of closing roads. And although we have experienced numerous pipe failures, over the past years, we've had some on Royal Palms, Belterre, Seminole Woods. We try and stay ahead of these, but there are a lot of them out there, and they're all about the same age. And they're costly. We do have a lot of dollars in the 25-year budget. We included $4 million for pipelining. We awarded a lot of them up on Belterre. We have additional pipes out to bid right now to utilize the remaining of those the $4 million that is set aside for pipelining. We do have an additional loan in 27 for pipelining as well. Not as much, I think it's only $2 million, but we know we have additional pipes to keep on moving forward on these major pipe crossings. So London Waterway Project, this is one of our recently completed projects. So this is going to provide a major impact to the northern part of the city, including the London Waterway, which also includes the Bird of Paradise Lake. The project's 100% complete. The project did receive 2 awards. The first one was from the Florida Stormwater Association Outstanding Achievement Award, and the second one was from the American Society of Civil Engineers Jacksonville branch for a Sustainable Project of the Year Award. So we're looking to see those benefits in the upcoming storm season here. So this is just a photo of the finished project. So in 2019, as part of our 2018 rate study, we were in the process of completing a stormwater master plan, and it was finalized in 2019. And in that plan, they recommended 8 projects, which are shown on the slide. Lehigh Canal was designed to retrofit, and retrofit L4 was completed in 2024. And in addition, one of the side projects on that was upstream R1, which discharges into L4. You know, that we completed further analysis, and the return on investment for doing any improvements on R1 was not money well spent. The benefits were minimal. The main benefit was making those adjustments and reconstructing L4. We have the Woodlands. Its construction for the largest and most critical culvert on Colbert has been awarded. We talked about that one in here. There were two other culvert crossings, one on Blair Castle and a second one on Colbert. Those upsizing improvements had minimal benefit to discharging water. So they are in a future need when those pipes are more in time to be replaced. We'll probably pursue doing those projects. But as of now, we aren't pursuing those due to the cost and the minimal benefit. There is an additional structure, which it's referred to as the armor channel. It's an ITT structure. The city does not have rights to that facility or structure at this time, so we haven't done any work there yet. But that is something that's in the plan to look at. That's another point of discharge of Grand Swamp that is in disrepair. London Waterway, we just spoke about that one. That was a project that's been, talked about. That completed 15-acre pond, but you can see in the study, they recommended adding 64 acres of storage. So we did 15 acres. We're still evaluating additional sites and areas for improvements. So we still have more to do, but we've done some improvement there. I-95 box culverts, that's at Old Kings Road in Town Center. That is being analyzed as part of the road improvement project that's underway right now. So we'll be analyzing that. K-section work, that work's been awarded. We gave that update just recently, so that's underway. Lowering canal elevations was mentioned in the study, and lowering of the freshwater canals by dredging, needs to be done. So we did dredge 2 canals in the east section. The new canal crew is evaluating the canals and noting high spots for dredging. Pine Grove is just under a mile long that will be dredging. It's currently under construction. Staff currently lowers the canal levels at the start of any rainy season around mid-June and lowers the weirs all the way prior to an impending storm event. And we do have in a future budget a second pontoon excavator, a larger one, and a freshwater canal dredging to be purchased and operator in 27. And lowering the canal elevations would also require coordination with the Water Management District, and we'd have to get that approved. We do have a project that we may begin lowering canal elevations. It's going to be part of a dry lake partnership with a developer where they're going to make some improvements. We're going to maybe connect some canal systems, look at lowering those canal sections. We have some of the woods that goes underwater now. By lowering those canals, that's going to help reduce that occurrence from happening as well. So we do have quite a way. We made quite a bit of headway on this master plan. You can see a lot of the projects has been either completed or underway or moving forward. So we're proud to have such progress. So the 2023 rate study included 4 priorities. Priority 1, ditch crew was hired in January 2025, creating the second culvert crew with a vacuum truck, delayed the second pontoon excavator, but expect that equipment to be purchased in 2027. Priority 2 included some capital projects, many of which were outlined in the 2019 master plan. The B1, 2, 3 feasibility studies underway. The rate study included construction in 2027 from a second loan for that project. An additional $2 million in 2027 is programmed for additional pipelining, and then the Colbert Lane crossing is under construction. So this slide just kind of goes through the 4 priorities, the description, and then the status of where we are on those items. So I think the last one, the freshwater canal, we just gave an update, and then the priority 4 was add in-house concrete asphalt crew. The equipment's been ordered, most of it's been delivered. Partial crew is added in April of this year, and the remaining will be in the upcoming 26 budget. We've already had one of our vendors stop performing work for us, that does that work for us. So there are 2 under contract, and one of them already said, we're not going to do any more work.
Is this for repair of canals, ditches, the asphalt concrete crew?
Could you repeat that?
What is the concrete asphalt crew doing specifically? Is it?
They work in tandem with our pipe replacement crew. So when we dig up a road, we have to patch the asphalt. And then lots of times the pipes have concrete mitered ends, or they have concrete embankments along the steep ditch lines. So they do that work.
So to replace,
Yeah,
as we're
it's to
tearing
replace
stuff
what's
out and
there,
putting
or
stuff-
if we have bad erosion spots and we have to do some repair work.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, we want to touch upon the CIP loan. We brought several projects, or Carmelo, presented several projects in the dollars of the award, which also included a contingency item. So we received roughly $17 million in the loan for capital improvements, and then there was roughly a $1.3 million loan for equipment for items. All the vehicles and equipment have either been delivered or ordered, and some are still waiting delivery. The table provides the capital improvement projects outlined in the loan and provides the status of each project. So if we look, pipelining, we budgeted $4 million. Our intent is to award that full $4 million. We have a whole backlog of pipelining projects to do. Colbert Lane drainage improvements, came in slightly over our budgeted amount. That's in progress. That includes a contingency as well. Our Pine Grove Canal dredging came in over budget by quite a bit. And that's in progress. And our K-section improvement project came in well under budget, and that one is about to begin construction as well. Our Lehigh Canal design is just slightly under our budget. And then we still have a project out to bid, which is associated with the Old Kings Road project. This is a culvert crossing at Mulberry Creek. So that's to replace new box culverts, concrete box culverts at that location. So our intent is that would be bid in next fiscal year. So right now, of the 17 million, we've allocated, almost 14 million identified for projects, and that doesn't include the $1 million or so for the Old Kings Road project, which we won't know the actual cost until bids come in. So we do have some balance of loan. In this next slide, kind of talks about, we have numerous studies right now that are underway, that some are programmed for construction dollars with the 27 loan, some aren't funded at all. So our intent is, if there's any balance of contingency funding after completion of the projects, or if there's some unused loan dollars, that we would use them for either design and permitting and possibly construction for some of the projects below. One of them would be Fire Station 23 capacity expansion. That's the land around Fire Station 23 in Belterra that's connected to Bird of Paradise Lake. So we know that's another area where we need additional storage capacity. So that's being analyzed now. Advancing the B1, B2, 3 improvements. So we have some funding in the CIP as part of the 27 loan, but we don't, until the study's done and identified what improvements should be made or can be made, we'll have better cost estimates at that time. We have our dry lake capacity expansion. So that's lowering the downstream weirs and doing some other off-site improvements that would benefit the system to connect up those two systems and make it function better. And then our double L flooding, our intent is to construct that in-house, but based on the findings. So our goal is, once the studies are done on these 4, we'll be able to look at the costs, look at the cost benefits, look at, what those improvements are going to do for the system, and then we can come back to council and say, hey, this is kind of where we stand with the loan right now. Here's some projects that we could move forward on. This is our recommendation. What is council, how we'd like to proceed?
And if I recall, this was based on the last presentation that we had where we were coming under budget for some of the CIP loans, and we wanted to redirect those funds. I think the Vice Mayor asked, and that's what this 2023 slide is for, correct? To show us
Correct.
What was prioritized at the time. I'd be interested in seeing, as you mentioned, ROI and which ones make the most sense, that now that we have a little bit of extra money because of these savings, to put it towards something that's going to have the biggest impact. I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Well, my question is, for the new equipment that you were referring to, Lynn, the walk-behind trenchers, are we thinking about funding that? Where would that have to come from?
Funny you should ask. We have another slide on that.
It would not be from loan dollars, because these are more, the walk behind trenches and the pipelining camera have a shorter lifespan, and we typically don't use a loan for short lifespan items, just because we have to replace them before they're even paid off, so.
So they
But-
would have to come out of operating funds. So for your consideration, we would like to purchase 2 of those portable trenchers. We estimate it'll be about $35,000. We do have some available funding in our sod for the swales. Since we're not sodding those areas that we're trenching, there's been a considerable savings in that fund. We'd also like to purchase a camera video equipment so we can do our own pipe inspections on those longer runs. The current contract cost is between $6 and $15 a linear foot, depending on the diameter, plus they charge you $500 just to show up at the site. So when the issue arises during an emergency failure, especially during heavy rain events, is when we usually find our failures. And if you recall, after Milton, we had quite a few roads that we had to close because the pipe under the roadway failed. And so this would help us be more proactive with some of those pipelines, enable us to get that list of lining candidates together and help us respond faster.
How much do we spend on sod every year?
There's about $650,000 in the sod budget this year.
And we actually expect to save this much in sod?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the way I view it is if we've got a pilot program that's producing savings to the effect that we can now double down on it and increase that, then this is paying for itself, literally.
And take care of swales quicker.
Yeah, and increase the service level, so I'm all for this.
I agree.
But that camera that you show, that can operate in water? How deep can water be?
It cannot operate in deep water. It can only operate in those areas that are relatively dry on the pipelines.
Okay.
But we have ways that we can put plugs in the pipe and get some of the water out of there so we can put the camera in. It will not work in all applications. If it's a pipe that's completely submerged, we'll need to get a diver to look at that.
Is this the same equipment that our contractors use?
Very similar to their equipment. This is more mobile equipment. Their equipment is more designed for larger pipelines.
Is there any estimated savings from us doing it ourselves, or is it mostly just time savings in emergency situations?
I think it's both.
Okay.
If we have the equipment, we don't pay the $500 mobilization
Right.
fee because we're already on staff and we have the equipment.
Okay, I mean, from what I see, just the sod's paying for both of these things, so, to me,
Yeah, I
it makes
support it.
sense, right?
Any further questions from the council?
No, I just want to compliment you, Lynn, on the work that you've done over the past year and a half. I would say we've really asked a lot of you, so thank you. And Carl, thank you as well. I know you all have worked in tandem on a lot. I will tell you, this is, for me, I shouldn't say the first time that I feel good about the direction of the swales, because I do think that council and the residents invested in the health of our swales over the past year or so. But I really do feel like we're going to start seeing some real improvements in the level of service in our swales. This was a great presentation, and I feel very confident in what you're going to do next, so thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the council? We'll open up for public comment. Anyone having any public comments concerning the swale maintenance?
I
Yes, ma'am.
moved to Port St. Lucie in 1997. I owned 2 homes there, not both simultaneously, and we had no problems with drainage. We had minimal swales. I lived 3 blocks from the Indian River. We never had flooding there until developers came in. When I moved there, there was about 70,000 people living in the town. Then the developers came in and drenched St. Lucie West for at least 100,000 homes, and that's when the problem came with the swales, because of developers. So I know what Port St. Lucie used to be until the developers took over. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jeannie.
Just wanted to say thank you. I'm impressed with the presentation and all the hard work you put into this. Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Jim Blecken, C-section, good job. Look forward to speaking with you more about potentially even making the path better. One of the things I'd like to bring up is that the number one thing and the reason that we have the stormwater is for storm water and to get the stormwater out of the residential areas as quickly as possible. If you were to take since they're using it, the high-density polymorph, you cut a quarter circle and put it in that much of the bottom of the swale, and it has zero resistance, so the water goes and flows out into the ditches and the canals quickly. That's the whole purpose of putting something that's solid down on the bottom so that you don't have resistance by elevations of grass, depending on who mowed it that week or didn't mow it that week, dirt deposits, mud deposits coming in there. That's the whole purpose of putting a solid surface at the bottom to expedite quick removal. Just as they put in a drainage, I think you said like not a dry well, but with a cap, pipe underneath, and it went into a ditch. No problems. Zero. Works like a charm. Well, that's because you got rid of any resistance. It's a solid pipe. The water goes in, it goes out right to this discharge area, and it's done. You said something about loans. There's like 17 million in loans. But in the budget that was presented, I didn't see anywhere a line item for servicing of the budget.
Different budget.
It's a different budget. Okay, thank you. So I think it's a great start because when they put in their budget for last year, or they gave this last presentation with the triangle where the canals was the number one, the maintenance budget was 16.8 million and the design was 1.5. And everything that they said so far means that we're going to be saving half of that budget in year one. That's phenomenal. I look forward to working with them to even making it better and less maintenance, because the ideal goal should be a zero perpetual maintenance bottom lining of all these swales, because it's $16.8 million a year. That's not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Mr. Davis.
I'll come forward on my topic. Good evening, Council. Jeremy Davis, P section. After sitting through the city stormwater presentation, I want to thank you, not for solving the problem, but for confirming everything residents have been saying for years. We heard about 58 miles of canals, 1,100 miles of swales, 3,300 outfalls, 1,700 catch basins, and over 36,000 driveway culverts. But despite this massive system, your solution continues to be blame the homeowner. You admit the culverts were installed by the builders and approved by the city. You admit most of these pipes were galvanized steel, corroding from age. You even admit the system is beyond capacity and was designed in the 1970s for a completely different era. Yet when those culverts fail, overwhelmed by an outdated city-managed system, your code enforcement is ready with a citation. That's not maintenance, that's scapegoating. You mentioned new tools like walk-behind trenchers, but they only work in dry swells. You know most of our swells are wet. You even showed us how trenching throws mud into yards, damages turf, and leaves behind messes. Port St. Lucie, Sebastian, Palm Bay, all of them either walked away from this method or use it sparingly. You say trenching saves money because you're not laying sod. Is that the bar now? Let the resident live with a ditch as long as it costs less. You confirmed you've spent more on emergency replacement than proactive repairs. You showed us the charts. That's not planning, that's putting out fires. And while we're talking about transparency, why was the Bel Air drainage study never completed or released? Why do residents have to submit public records requests just to find out if the city has a drainage plan? This city built the system, the city approved the development, and the city created the conditions for failure. So don't tell us it's the homeowner's responsibility. Start owning yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any closing comments concerning stormwater?
No, sir.
Okay, that's it. We'll move on to the next item. Our final public participation.
We did give a direction there, right?
We good?
Or
She
we're
was
clear
good?
on that? I think so.
I'm sorry, Lynn, thank you. Okay, final public participation.
Hi, Leslie Johnson again. I'm going to say it this way to you. Number one, what I brought out tonight about Miss Johnston and about Jason DiLorenzo was not personal. It was not malicious.
You've already covered that subject.
I know this,
And
but I
you-
want to
Excuse
address...
me, ma'am, you've already covered that, you can't bring it up again.
Well, I wanted to address what Mr. Gambaro had to say. Is
You
that
only-
not...
No, you only get one bite at the apple.
All right, well, you know, the sycophantic morons, what can we do?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Carroll. New subject, no repeats.
Yes, I think it's time the salaries of all employees was online as 2024. However, the salaries are not listed as 25 salaries online. Is that going to be posted? And also, as to the $800 savings, I don't know if I can say this now, but perhaps those $800 savings could go towards the animal shelter fund, and the job that was let go costing X amount of money was hired by the city manager. I want that point to be brought up. And now she has rescinded that job. How do we get these jobs approved when we don't need these people? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. I'd like to get on the record and put out a request by the citizens here in Palm Coast. We desperately are concerned about the status of our library. It is one of the most used facilities, though I know that we would need an inner agreement with the county, but the Palm Coast Library is used by well over 20,000 people a month. You talk about public safety. Young kids, very young kids, and kids going all the way up into after school use this library as a safe place to go on the internet, to do homework, because they may not have action or ability to do that. I myself attend meetings. I have to admit, I'm part of the family of the library. The extent and the fear of the cuts to support the other library facilities within the county far and away falls short of what that Palm Coast Library provides to us and our citizens. I'm almost 100% positive that every one of you have been contacted by one of your residents asking, what can we do? As we move forward with the budget, as we're able to do a interlocal election agreement, whatever it is that you want to call, we're partnering with the county in a lot of different ways. So I ask, be the hero, step forward, keep that library maintained. It's not a lot to keep those hours open because the citizens here will see that as a huge effort to meet their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? You've already been up? Jim? Oh, okay.
No, you're going to like this one. During the budget process, I did skip over a couple important things that you guys did kind of thing, but I think it's important for the guys back there that wear the badges and protect us, first responders, fire department, sheriff's department, they're worth every penny. And without them, we don't have a city and we don't have civilization. So I wanted to really say that. I wanted to go one other thing is the IT department. Is there any way that they
Mr.
could
Mayor,
put-
this is going back into the budget. As much as I love praising city staff, we need to be consistent.
You're going back to the budget. We've already discussed the budget.
No. Could the IT, when it's on the agenda, when you're going through the agenda item, could they put a link on that page to get all the documentation so we don't have to wrench our necks to see it and try to formulate what our opinions are at the last second? Because it's really hard to find the links to get the documentation of the presentations. And it was really good to see what I would consider to be a very diplomatic and well-run meeting today without any arguing. It's really nice to see a functioning city council. So thank you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Doing your
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Matters not on the, I'm sorry, first address any of the comments. You got anything, city manager? I didn't have anything on that.
The agenda software was approved at the last meeting, and so that will allow ADA compliance of the agenda backup. So we're working through that process. It'll take us about three months or so for implementation. So we're hoping that at the October 1 start of the new fiscal year that our public will have full access to the agenda, all of the past meeting minutes, all the past meeting records, all on one platform for your availability.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else concerning the comments?
Not concerning comments.
All right, we'll move on to discussion of items not on the agenda by city council. Anybody got anything?
Okay. So first I want to thank everybody, residents, staff, all the electeds that came out to the 4th of July event at the airport. It was awesome. Staff did a great job once again. Really appreciate all of the community coming out. I heard actually that it was the best fireworks show that we've had, so that's really exciting. So thank everybody for that. Councilman Gambar, you touched on it a little bit earlier, the paint colors. Last week I said I just really had an issue with going to the extreme that we were going to, which was to get rid of the paint code in whole. I don't agree with that. I think that people moved to the city of Palm Coast because it's beautiful. They moved to the city of Palm Coast because there are certain regulations. I don't feel that it's, obviously as strict as an HOA. I like living in an infill lot because I'm not in an HOA, but I also still appreciate reasonable regulation so that we don't create blight down the road. And I think that, I've been very clear that I think that we need reasonable regulation. So I have been scouring comments on social media. I've talked to a lot of people about this issue. And I have to tell you, I really do feel that this is something that deserves to be on a referendum. I think that the residents truly are 50-50 on this. I don't think, I think city manager made the comment, this issue has come back before us now 12 times in one way or another. It's been through us, it's been through last council. I know multiple PLDRBs. I think the beautification committee. Clearly,
Everybody's had a bite.
everybody's had a bite at this, except for the residents, So I cannot, I was in the yays last week, so council, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I can move for reconsideration because I was a yay, but I would have to do that at a business meeting, which I will do next week, unless I can get consensus from this council to put it on a 2026 referendum.
Question. How much does a referendum cost us on a regularly scheduled election?
I don't know the answer.
Is there any additional costs, or are we already paying that cost.
Allison will be the one to be able to answer that.
We're still working on the interlocal with Katie's office, so we haven't gotten to that yet. And it all has to do with page numbers. So the
So
more
if we
page numbers
force
we
it
have.
moving to another page.
Exactly, and
yeah.
with the charter review.
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll have
there's gonna
amendments
be
as well.
extra things on the ballot
Yeah.
anyway, but we won't be able to come up with a number
I
for
think-
a little while.
I think that would be the most, given that we're likely to have charter amendments as well, then it would probably be the most cost-effective time to do anything in this next upcoming election.
So if I don't get consensus, I'll move for reconsideration next week. That's fine. I don't mind doing that and making a case for reconsideration, and either moving for a more reasonable change to the code, or, you know, I don't know if, because we've gone back and forth so much, whether or not it warrants such a drastic change or a change at all. I just don't know. I just know that I think that the residents should be voting on this rather than us determining it.
When we were talking about referendum, I would say that any changes to the city charter should be during a presidential election, not in '26. That's flat out. We should, if we do any charter changes, that referendum should come on the ballot in '28, not '26. I am done with dealing with pain. I think we need to get rid of it. If you're going to have some spite, you can do a motion to reconsider if you want, but I'm still in the camp of paint your house whatever you want. We are in the free state of Florida, so you won't get my consent on that. I don't know about the rest of the council.
I'm still with kind of saying paint your house whatever color you want with maybe the two colors and no, you know, painting. Things like
Yeah,
that.
that's already been
Yeah,
established.
right,
the
right.
the
I'm
three
still,
states.
I'm still
Yes, sir.
agree with that position.
What about you, Councilman Gambaro?
Yeah, I'm the same way, but again, the prohibitive colors. But I don't know, you gave me something to think about, Vice Mayor, as far as referendum next week.
Yeah, I mean, you know where my opinion has been on this the entire time. I do think that, you know, letting the citizens decide when it's obviously something that is very close, 50-50, is potentially a good situation. I would have to think about it, though. I've been very adamant that, you know, personal choice is important here, so.
But if we go down the road of a referendum, that means a current ordinance remains in place.
It would remain in place until it's
Till
voted on.
November 26, yeah.
Voted on, okay.
And I think that we can still make it to where, you know, anybody who is currently in violation of the current code is still on hold. We as council can decide that, so they're not continuing to be fined and all of those things. And then just, like I said, let the residents decide with how they want the code to read on this issue.
We'll have to bring forward a motion to
All
reconsider.
right, so I would just ask that council think about that and ask your own residents, because that's what I did all this last week, and I mean, that's why I'm here making this argument now, so.
Okay, anything else from any other members of the council? Anybody got anything? Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Mr. Duffy, so completely different subject. How much did we spend on this lawsuit that was adjudicated last Thursday?
We are still waiting that invoice because our attorneys are still working on that, but.
Ballpark?
You're looking around the $30,000 range.
$30,000. I mean, so we spent a lot of time talking about figures and dollars and, you know, efficiencies, saving taxpayer dollars. What's the council's position on perhaps asking the mayor to reimburse taxpayers for the frivolous lawsuit?
Take me to court. Any other issues?
Well, I'll respond to that. So I have a question for Mr. Duffy. Prior to Mayor Norris filing against the city and Mr. Gambaro, was there advice given regarding the lack of merit and the standing?
Yes.
To you? Was there advice given from our attorneys to him regarding the issues? In other words, walking through why it was the decisions were made and whether Mayor Norris had standing to sue the city?
Yes, both myself and Mr. Blocker advised the mayor on those issues.
Mayor Norris, were you advised of those issues?
Come on now.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I was not.
I mean, here, this is where I stand on this, and I'll tell you flat out, I blame your attorney in part. Because
I
a
think-
basic tenet of your attorney's job is to tell you you don't have standing to file a lawsuit. So I also have a really big issue with the city, because again, too, these monies come out of the general fund. So they come out of the very fund that affect property taxes. They come out of the very fund that we take for fire, police, parks and rec, street, all the funds that we talked about tonight. That money comes out of those, from those same coffers. So, you know, I have an issue with it. I don't, you know, I've looked at the legal grounds for pursuing attorney's fees. They're either grounded in contract or statute. So there technically are no legal grounds. And I don't think there's a mechanism that this council has to pursue attorney's fees. I really don't. But I will say it's frustrating for me as somebody, and it should be frustrating for the whole council. It should be frustrating for the residents. If in fact there was advice given that there really is zero, maybe little, if any, merit to this, and that there surely isn't standard and it was ignored, it's cost the taxpayers money, and that's frustrating. It's frustrating from somebody who works on a board and with staff who is really, really trying to make use of every single penny that comes through this city. So I'm frustrated, but you know, Councilman, I don't think there's a mechanism for it. I truly don't.
You got anything else, sir?
Yeah. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Miller, where do you guys stand on this?
My position would be that I think I agree with the Vice Mayor when I've looked into this, that there's no legal way to do this. It would more or less have to be a request on the part of the council that you consider repaying it some or part of the legal fees. But I think it would be a request that you do that.
That's all you got, sir?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's essentially what we're at, is it a request? And I think that's been asked and answered. So, you know, from that point of view, doesn't look like we're going to recoup any of those fees.
So, but I guess, are we on record for saying that the four of us, you know, have requested? Is there consensus for that?
Yeah, you know, as a steward of the taxpayer dollar, if in fact, and I don't know because I wasn't privy to the conversations, I'm not going to call Mayor Norris a liar. I'm not going to call Mr. Duffy a liar. Only the two of them and Mr. Blocker, so I guess the three of them, only the three of them know what occurred in those conversations. If in fact there was advice given that you have no standing and you really have no ability to recover damages in this lawsuit, I think if it were me, I would pay the legal fees, but I wasn't privy to those conversations. So I can't request something based on, we don't know what happened.
Well, we can close this out real quick and be done with this. I specifically asked for a legal opinion, specifically, and every single one of you denied it. And if you want to try and take me to court or try to get back money for a law firm that Mr. Duffy should have been representing us in that case, not an outside firm that we contract, you go right ahead and try it. But all the money wasted, the Lawson report, all the other money that's been wasted in the city, and you want to come after me, go right ahead and try it. But I'll stand up. I don't care if it costs the city $1 million. If I'm defending our residents' right to pick their representative, and if I feel something's wrong, I'm going to do it every time. So go ahead and get ready for that cost for defending the ethics complaint when that comes down too, that you guys submitted. So that's all I got to say, because I am entitled to that as far as reimbursement for my legal fees to defend myself as a sitting member of the city council.
Well, Mayor, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that it was also told to this council that you were given legal advice from our attorneys that you cannot ask for resignations or fire our city manager and our chief of staff. And that,
Not.
okay. Well, we're not, I don't want to talk about, you know, the semantics that you used to say that you didn't try to get them both to resign. But now twice we have heard, whether it's true or not, according to you, we have heard that legal advice has been given to you that you haven't followed, and it's ended up costing us money. So it's frustrating. I want it to stop.
Well, it was over. You guys brought it up, so that's on you, but, you know.
No, don't deflect that way.
I'm gonna defend the residents of this city until I'm no longer in this seat, and that's the way it's gonna be. There's a lot of lies in that report. There's a lot of lies. Since we're going down this path, let me bring this up real quick, and we can get out of here whenever you want. I haven't had a meeting with the city manager since all this started, right? I'm assuming all you know that. But last Monday, I had a meeting with her and Chief Strawbridge. And that, within a day, it was in Flagler Live. So Ms. Johnson's acting city manager, who spoke to Pierre from Flagler Live regarding a private conversation that I had with you and Chief Strawbridge. Who gave him specifics of that conversation?
I don't know, Mayor, it was not me.
It was not you. Was it you, Chief? No, sir. So, there we go. So anybody have any more questions? Are we done here?
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm telling you what's going on in this city. Let me ask you this, Vice Mayor. If you had a private conversation with Chief Strawbridge and the city manager, and the next day it's in Flagler Live.
What was in Flagler Live? The fact that you met with them? I didn't read it. I don't know.
Well, you might want to read it.
No, I'm asking you. You brought this up. What was in the article?
I'm not getting into it.
You brought it up, Mayor.
I'm done. Are we done here?
No, because you continue to do this. It's the same thing you did with the quid pro quo. Let me float it out there, and then I'll close the loop on it.
That is an active investigation with FDLE, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, what was in the article? If there's something that's concerning to you, we've talked about this before.
It's just the point of me having a conversation with the two senior staff people in this organization at this time, and it's in the newspaper the next day.
The fact that you met with them, or the details on the conversation?
Some of the details on the conversation. So you try living with that. Let that happen to you, especially if it's something private.
Well, I'm going to go read the article now. But.
Do we have any other council business?